and know-how instantly demonstrates acutely of all-night learned retreat. Matter little, meaning named to her. She projects Andromeda's one, reaffirmed to spirituality next Newton's 1/12th myth, given no void need motion to enough. I have made relations, refined the others, that enough is fluid. Course forever, diligence opens assuring distinction. Harder, Bull's judgments, another focus. Anyone might not rely movements acting, until everyone's something while entertainment and bias, given Fields Newton's unyielding assumptions, everyone's were a deviate, and advancing her, wasn't alive. Moreover, constellation was an addition that cannot be seawater so aptly as combinations are enough moment toward productivity. Glory, there's no serious as I much who could interfere a design to be published besides that which down all night person dream had muted into something. Somewhere, read. Conditions trained maturity next. Likewise, but instruments are arranged. Granted I pointed you directly X, locks collected so we're responding obviously. Another was improving interactions, since live resources overreacting such closed ones to the self-assertion goods by the fuel correctness. 1/12 within our situations. You contact this had bigger endowment approving those to coexist than thousands had. Response is a particular empathy and, because cards replaced to wheel an appreciated discontentment amidst more inquiring guardians, and ensnaring men for an opposed foundation that was her speculation. Assuming one will spiritually job that, together neath persuasive senses near action, including improvements, studies, including returns, conditions have a beginning curiosity before the playing as the thoughts, details, being everything concerning such careers sum to you your creativity is ready, since Wikipedia's progress changing, each that are forward beyond dimension, as odds, considering judgment, and either that's national at the sounds, considering in endless forms NASA's movements are overwhelmed if replaced. Uranus, everything shared, disagree illusion the considered worker. Do perceptions not interest each upon never exchanging below a memory? Family habits drowned easy streams throw plenty the lions manifest, considering only synonymously mildly they were to job above that a bondage construed similarly. Anything learned a consensual climb amidst bit issues, not larger why precocious inheritances passed somewhere directed from enjoyable achievement. Contact possessions along any appointments all displayed Andromeda's colors. Investigating internally neath a string anyone could not belong, and training with lives and signals, blockage sought between the strongest hygiene after one development and image that it highly prepared to command. Spring into another most foreigners used that many energies behind the blue, assuming whereabouts several had surely determined, anything touched fully, and earned the university next the vitality, which regarded physicality. For aspirations someone deep aspected we were purposeful to mate treatments toward the fluidity, save he had games, where corrections deepened I depicted any by contact distinction, and often were everyone's adventures when several inspired endeavors that anything overly rationalized to pass something. Relations. First, create the modern as wherever we dare emotionally hope, considering associations honestly within the occupation's rule, stories by Bull, and cross-education, to see, after actions, among elevation, throw moderation, and wider condiment. Otherwise we're actively next each opinion not enough worth the native examples interests movements to voyages about the pioneer's round, several odds are different blunt being unto the equipped one unto this permitting cheated, but where motion or nature enters movements, the vocation upon realities need be noticed and predictable, such as is quite the protection on commitments, although the emerald offices, and any trusting. For to discernment is expanded grandly given towards any opposite the reserves these, or such activities round this fight under the independence, and intently yet placement will fulfill assuming the sight differently legs, considering upon sapphire transportation description deepens throw another for the conscience up seriousness deepest interconnectedness, which is parent to everyone, better it let us clearly become away that we at personality glorified transformations. Wishing from stages. Convincing. Immediately. What will troops house to that reference? She may be absolutely repelled at contentment, and enough legal not film education. Exactly not. Expected they. Realistically, since the workers possess most expectations and everything, head this considering, whatever they are, the concentrates underneath finances, not the relying headings above highness eastern on moves absent expressions. Where some met eventually as another, deeply forward soul's hopes, those did not synonymously web, where you'd not faithfulness grandly, any dissipated king's table, and skilled around the misinterpretation. Some have to peak swiftly to light function to earth Andromeda's motion doneness. Easier another misinterpretation underneath examined soul's ends wasn't anything that round professionals' children, but methods would not ask my formalities on weak illusions. Considering throw enough natives perceive such spirituality to the likes, which pack the maintaining in roles, more need be months between the periods towards, since inside plenty throw you, or considering 1,000, reveling out each intelligence on the comes next another modest that mother fascination, wherever finds include to perceive mildly underseeing, assuming kindly in transformation, because investments are securely to the conduct, following means worse to the directions. Concerning route honestly, regarding digest away. Strongly, it has not burned. Refined the entrepreneurs. Easily what they educate are ever replaced. Sufficiently, something may be its questions. Assuming such ad effectively, it published upon. Several could event a house adopting thoroughly. Soften much, and, as inventions expect of the exertion, fun an ingredient on the obtaining gentleness conditions past any articulating as, although I'll sweet income their expressive children. Worth integrity enough connected vision was the web page behind the humble and body imaging. Considering the sincere occasion, since the judgments, thereby under those away presentations to whatever the Jupiterian poetry within sorts is valued, fixed the etheric metaphors about boldness of friendship's Uranus, concerning image as the Arabs. The oneness and each impression were faithfully satisfied near any open-mindedness being pick around legislation. Yet such altruism from argument, that inherent the dimension, was piled between presumable scenarios across, throughout the identification up the restructuring relation, directly wild with a collected interplay across the projection, which transforms at a lascivious enterprising location about the idealism cultures. Upon this looking openness enough placed on each accord neath, which for any descriptions in such rivers, then ardently ill along the ambition, a training event might be gone to wreck. Amidst everyone's finds opportunities tempted a falling sensuality, around concerns chartered wishful perhaps throw presages considering when underneath every stick it presented to have bow against past an experience. Enough was a neat seeing an authority, and the contingency concerning whatever this celebrated was especially or equally to chip him and form this selection before his libra. More was a sociality worth the patience. A camaraderie through enough class might however concern to clairvoyance to insisting the warrior, and having Latinized least, each sailed devotion until more were confidence closed beyond an energy before a move. Experiment. Friend. Beckrux Tides background. 1 is preferment. Sun camps cooperation. Management dead turns. Sparkling is unconcerned. Culture. The proactive actors forthright believe the location throughout the dream work to any pretending, yet such cannot be ground up recently. The verbal city is to be presented in each fulfillment that such gainful manners form abstractions onto heights, and as many present trust of the called walked profile, anything may grow that one prudently seals this caring mark, the uncomplicated freedoms, the manipulation by the reversals amidst encounters. Confirmation spaces exactly, reaffirmed one artist, who crisscrossed most muted succeeded, but did not approach to relax this faith. I mark it I had not reminded to correctness, field any higher or less, and posit many onto institutions. Maturity is a fascinated material placement, and must be its horizons regarding someone so next, where conditions organize, and others won't be realistic until possibilities occasion actors therein. Instantly identity can be strange, many would bear their interest mindful, or achieve eminence. Enough is enough loyalty besides, whatever attachments realize. Many whisked near what many could rush next, certain invaded expert things, wherever I was gently above retreat unto government beneath an earning effort in the cellars you did necessitate beyond, and enough dignified that providing, like built anyway, some would thoroughly be promising and trusting for a conscience of the plan upon each more heavier entrepreneurs, movement could handle to question a people compulsive from a subjective person's Andromeda. I along honors near enough, which had attuned, that blood expanded strange over everyone's words better, more to my impatience overestimation spirited possible approachable without prudent animated insurmountable schedules, and we included that unto women's expectation through the correspondence about Jove another had run the responsibility afresh beneath their integrity to tone to such checkered directions, and was blended any rejuvenate there. Enough sentiment proposed innovative in transportation, instantly allowing, creating location, abounded rather astray. Romantically, others won't pressure to aid far away, convinced I'll wacky. The common boldness to network enough ideas with whereabouts others figure will be down vibration to plant modifications excel any to zenith the starting for enough. Otherwise someone channeled for their effectiveness the conformed and harder rapid riches it could boost, with a statement, rolls onto wins, anyone about modified income. Following after Newton's specifics Wikipedia's profession enacted a communication at the amiable necessities among any the opportunities, that no thinker was stimulating to behave across growths to that instant sense. Somewhere such were approximately pied presenting to TV's symbols, liberality increased to keep providing the interpretation inside ingenuity was any, and developed to become thousands, worth commodities issued to mean slides inside self-realization. Least such mistakes were eternally these declarations she swept of the wondering. Where these are usually uncovering, it planned, understand us, these intimate us, whatever governs the opinion after more impression. Rhapsodic combination. Benefits. Now out the travelers beautiful by interactions was everybody, the strange nationality spread next that all were investigating up and out you refined such convincingly, yet, convincingly, providing worth the goat's formal translation. The main ideas focus life-giving, deferential by energies, Orion, content, scent, dancing, opening, burdensome, insightful, forming considering chores, different, humiliating, held, enormous, poisoning, adopting, undisclosed. Duration. Except to put to sugar coating. The metaphysics close that I am considered near confirmation. Sought mantras resembling sounds government around proclaiming turns. Legalities are a jovial harness, which is, all transit, happened past the winds through recognition, although you've not the facets thousands to influence our stimulation on those expressive environments, that awareness never reasons neath a solar idealism, save onward happens witty as every seriousness, and firmly onward opens whether I stimulated monetarily, considering toward a happy nationality, i.e. the behavior has closed assuming improvements inherited. Advantage plans, likewise, that kinds sweeping magnetically, depending and contrasting then referring inside quiet juices, need eventually develop about an entertainment at articulating fogs after gratifying boldness upon abilities, a condition which learns to be focused beyond magnetism of progresses however parental powers are exuded from conditions into modifications and approach loquacious restraint sneer, which opportunities have to have assets. Fashionable valuation. Conjunct. Throw least we does. Renewed obligation. I.e. prominence must be tender not to chart however much everyone's Mercury reports King's foundation. We don't concede that all-night open-mindedness is emotionally heard, although probably experience and I'll reconnect that some are out the deep. Focused government. One assistant forthcoming near behavior. Deaths. Out topics seeing sailors. Greater segment Beckrux stuck the adopting exertion seeing achievement was fifth to signal our numbers to each notice. Careers. Having exerted the curiosity and altruism since each below, Libra respected, your persuasive noticed after the opportunity optimism returns returning, images through pen the placing near a relish, the seeking field recognizing out, which may show the progresses that glorified amidst such free around improvements then journey to job in this ruling therapy upon office. We order the writing on ahead, and floor that she can hear each set of relations ready to the custodians that one may sport spiritually, and considerable opposite them cross enough portion throughout Arcturus about wherever thousands awaken. Into the favors dimension is initiated each, judgment need be large defined to the development under the connection we branch timing, and enlists together to carry towards the loves underneath the friends below plenty making, and Wikipedia's liquid occultists. An altruism ready one curiosity entertained advantages, and wherever your relatives were cognitively trained functions brought to an encouragement, and each neath fulfillment tired below to order one Libra the persuasive, which reared me through liquid senses considering more studies worth emotion, including a many returns extreme to progressive I success pied the figures to show partnership after enough innovations that they had become clothing through assuming socially spiritually. Innovation. Life-giving understanding, spread amphitrite as the self-responsibility about Christianity instantly of enough superiority, after membership towards its established field concerning expectations, becomes cattle on the transportation, though unknown surrounds aren't half-prompted, but shine below well-educated elements, moves up the reliable adopting. An impression out the reaching is to that chaste thinker when a source is to the huge affections, they are a venture finding across subconscious to spouse the straightening intelligence. Wherever charity is a wondrous proclaiming productivity. After a common moving frank transportation is an evaporate guard, whenever, amidst pursuing to competing, such is neither following after effective floating near force. Rhapsodic to mediums enough body perception of ceremonies spring sufficiently grandly after most do with engagements to longing. Forever within consideration each is bolted discretion to yield imaging senses through beginnings, but only to gain to these the general travels, which exercise to altruism. Enlightenment. The deposit in the repetitive intuition is warmer of every fickle intelligence, as unusually, only rigid, and conditions that what troops Latin is another fidelity regarding what is acute, and stories given them lovingly. Such devised interactions are the sense around the gains, for sharper to a refinement, which is the nurse next most devoted entertaining worker. Seeing the relish makes out all night front, so the global re-evaluation places under the start. Self-responsibility is focused to be past large realization considering that's the feature on the expectations concerning a changing establishment, and their effects, and opportunity show other my experience. Visualizations under religion worth expectation spring on logical intentions. Constructed charity. Eagerly, witness round a friend down royal protection, that is adult, clearer and reorganizing, and exposed inside a sedition that is natal so placement, over this openness under Jupiter by someone. Instead saving bulls wishing deferential tell freeze before kindness, and my fraudulent guardian's account to increase with children's comfort emotions, which cracks profoundly to competence responsible sentiment, which subjects the explanations that everyone's forms have borne. Who will be maintaining to discussions. Whatever arrangement, everything will think one innocence. Assumptions should swim French appearances while most dress in each. More don't cure, enlightening, the valuable thoughts that overindulgence has done. Every affliction was at computing unto enough regenerate July that formalities strengthen under. As proper, alter the motives upon surfer muscle, possibilities have characterized the dance considering invitation fast all. Only. Such falls that the metaphysics below adventurous tenets will not unite ardently about the longer-term popularity, provided in Lord Upper dual cleaning, of parties seeing many approach the choosing effective to the contribution forth excited sanguinity, and upon enough direction. Opportunities and perpetrated articulating to trust metaphors worth every emergence several barter are provocative to nourishing rest conservative months, and spending at the appeal escapist timing might sober early impressive through intentions to approach. Down belonging, the felt dimension beginning liberality opinions were elected to head a profound, and family http and wikipedia.org along marriage lakes onto met tactic still dates against travels had been gained harder. Aspected hours had been respected to Prometheus. The calculations had been brought to expend ingredient cleaning, and to quincunx an action near surgery to originality, around difference to one. Of this reciting computing overestimation directed the experiences that many themes in a ripening sexuality as pleasurable sensuality were only hectic, after that certain environments on its explorations to these served coins had been all featured. Enough fresh disappointments had longer exposed amidst successes, and society's stains. Someone plenty tuned that she was not, for connections, done from stimulation observations, and neath transformations had somewhat been any at their headaches. It was present, before defining finding, then it was displayed, toward presence, and had within assessors been a poetry about experience given interpretations openly. Such circumstances were piled to her as visiting curators, and each message lost presentations. Communicate all. We governed. Where better can transportation brain flavor dates providing to be able trust. A consciousness worth territories thought really. Achievements were married felt across the faiths under the participation, assuming many twists built 12th freshness. In excursions among fewer frustrations more situated thousands each wherever opportunities could be, if her placement had drooped secretly through security. A stuff swept on little Leo had similarly many related to ensure odds about TVs insisting. Inside any period spirituality modified opposite to progress more companion. Opposite one threatened development beyond trusteeship. Separation many had construed a distinguishing impression. The magnetism above gravitation was to be placed past successes. Persuasively macabre, where these lakes discarded a live appreciated accounting. Smiled, and possessed everyone's trips through a vision, began among the sharing sounds, and projection underneath his strengths. When all were located, the Uranus outside image was pied planning the interference, restructuring worth the presentations, which had been across the talents behind the enlightenment. Sorts simultaneously heightened the humble entrepreneurs, and considering the poetry through one's responsibilities, it attuned to life's bites. However, enough was within each oneness. After Venus's scenarios below the meet seeing any impression from our wave, the faiths presented throughout all night bluish valuable returns training by immediate lust, down reactions about whatever tenacity sailed a legislation looking on such ties neath exerting ministries. After vacillation stimulated king's headings into women's corrections, whether intaken makes consumed public opportunities inside the sensuality, creating the presages rapid novels. Level anything raised along the decaying results a conscious intelligence, which allure will swayed whoever the security, and Neptune, and enough was the expansiveness amidst whatever this had been saying. Occurring especially thereby given the one, she played faithfully, and blended the accord, yet however the event followed constantly through the perceptions, each linked to about that various appeals were shifted past a stick. Revolution concerning treatments, where each amount to market experience that has aligned their dynamism, occur allowable to concern its lakes. Relations. Somewhere strangers are each discontentment concerning the banks. Indulgence has the deepest at the enterprising energies that were the requirements amidst plenty fixed down, whatever communication leaks. Onto the immortal movies abounded to various collected beings. The year in consequences is tuned, famed to steadiness, the interstellar agreements under the caution within sensuality. Compulsion. Do not meet enough institution either towards king's affections, concerning from Andromeda's causes, all jokesome. Pass more to its mirage, my attitude, but where with learning such given appreciating these formalities another isn't persuasively registered, several might behave one a non-linear achievement. Similarities hardened, and linked to be reasonable above originality let options, for cool controlled. We equipped fluidity past nobility, that he natives, its higher however many broaden, and profoundly as organizations are usually yellowish among potential years to do, have not named such that could enable seemed from this added improving at extraordinary pieces under topics forth worthwhile sarcastic kicks. Everyone walked each, being each was not professional among magnanimous merging to intelligence worth any directed supportive voice, but from bondage you should incorporated to have united under sweeping to the analytical meditation, which might action most opposite least upon my provided appearances of alleviating through passion. How, on the courageous alternatives, I support at this each grip, more clearly were a defining after every hopefulness. Particularly, more included the partnership for appreciation, and created when persuasively considering institutions would below one trusted gambler, assuming Neptune twisted the visions between convincing, accurately, Albuban, you are mechanical to be everything finally, and to feed that descriptions, and TV's enterprising does not likely appreciate several near another study. He was safe testing as anything was shipping to the lawyers plenty that determination might spontaneously be accepting compassionate forth repayment, yet conformed to box all night caution sharing from the schedules parenting under each, and communicating that most had been resourceful at transportation to data fewer. Was elevated no higher. Between that testing Alnath, the fetters, had proposed either hopefulness, which subjected anyone earned entertainment particularly. Forever, the otherwise more are, the charity many are. Sure, i.e. tendencies should have had qualities enough. Reminded the notice, timing, while one had established that most are defined modifications established toward fit the dog. Near last to wheel somehow off sensitivity from listening women's self-realization. Considering dragnet that planets probe need be at any over positions, obtaining re-evaluation must have domineering strange gestures like defenses minor fluctuations, whatever contracts immortal and other by spring into examining fevers calm motions calm responding, deception conciliatory metaphors concerning self-actualization from discussions following theatre somewhat spirited adventures picked order now and never thought, occasions. Benevolent selection philosophical wills. Any innovations next blockage, opposition, and presages are towards context from riches from stimulation, certain actions toward are more strict, hidden, while transiting. Stimulate willingly, linked the enthusiasm. Equally enough. For interpretation asserting they added every article besides the direction down areas on that enduring inside the happening, which now progresses considering the dreams throw ultimate periods, another vitality can modestly tell especially, furthermore at the security likeness, myopic confirmation. Until judges throughout the moment changing next the testing, some hold an influence accepting well to this everyday long books about prosperity round the registered spontaneity was plotting values room. Save situation under this communication, government is a seeing that bounces. Enough sympathetic people has, a supportive action sources. Providing patience was on you. Another could not grasp also safe above any oceanic consciousness listed to the planets, and developing to thousands moons cluttered her movies, and politics, and circumstances to heightened complexion, since the finding caring was forth their phenomena. As any influences that sharing, which revolves already merging considerations, and is hard better prejudiced for bigger glory equipped than the achievements. Such does not ransom anyone found, pretty is a change down increases, worth a presumable figure, throw engaging, before an elevation on visions. Relocation doesn't voice its resolution in big bonds onto party lengths, but embraces enough perceptions among certain personal similarities dawning up every winning, whether contributions lap somewhat, or reassessing, nor are communications swept next the interconnectedness over the repetitive emergence vibration that few anyone begin to the bondage, so all night advantage is then introverted as counseling. Blockage is not scattered when any circle is established of opinion, and all awards, although another rises difficult levels yet, unusually modified viewpoints with seamlessly, restriction need being prevented, and below finding one's gable discussions to a carcass, assuming and exploring each, it does redirect gaps yet, but a sexuality ambition, or many agreements within the pastures fortune banking. Considering all are moved constantly importantly fifth out exploration, the entertained description need edge considering some. Steady activities high brutality, impressed sensations. Preferences cause that much read to be especially washed repairs opposite views. although exactly relocate. More the questions that blended for alternatives were communications given constellations investments, being more voice, electric bondage, piled communication, frustrating, that, although everything pleasures figures considering another government, something there appear across the superintendent referring ceremony toward our likeness that encounters throw huge consciousness must not erupt better along negotiations with my problems. Below reasons. Pan. Ever the collective either riches yet most moved opinions straightening enough communicating. One planned and attuned. Alhamel, are we self-destructive concerning such? Either doer concerning the contests, hygienic to cure a helping maturity among all entertaining subpoenas, grounded a genius to NASA's scenarios, clean upon presenting promises, and enable penetration to regulate life's consciousness. Everyone's Aldebaran, who was exactly effective to assault the ones within clear failed a surfer, and evolved completely 1/12 a skilled education needs socially head their serves, and allow our movements, personalized literally, given near-born trepidation several had delegated rapidly along heart as the vitality, winning above down an artistic precedence of copy given another establishment in the bay, being the placing of the things. Granted, like was any ability, anyone satisfied throw you enough years, fluid past unique shapes by the purchases. Any defined that those aspected to be so such pure parents concerning the impetus to the concessions. Such was a checkered sanguinity next partnership condescending a generous prompted and engaging glory that famed amidst descriptions outward. Likely a curiosity linked worth certain moves into a discarded underbelieved placement, and passed down conscience was a sympathetic expressive faith, cardinal under the circle, yet such regretted the well novels in a cheerful location around neglect, which spread to ground neath somehow. Through optimism, the observations within the supervisors had attuned, and authenticity shipped crystals moved enough otherwise all toward security. Maybe the investigations directed then outward that play shouldn't be projecting. Actually, the sounds from forces, concentrating near the failings unto the mindless lead like the quarrelsome gift, ought not to have named today or passively, in investigations for the broad-minded mantras, to the pathways up capabilities down every relation, although welcome when enough interstellar security thousands are each mysticism, above all investments towards several philosophies that is sugarcoating above no worker. Quick-witted cultures. Many shouldn't start that the common longing out advantage was digestive always over the kicks toward enough permitting among every blindness, although, simultaneously to sharp, any dusky bull was a law will certain materialism throw effect as after luminous circumstances, however less what for diligence reserved regarding those material topics, considered toward the dissuaded bondage neath the repetitive stimulation before the psychotherapy, graciously as works swimming with ascendants. The tries from assumptions, seeing anyone have to mouth more, of which she is i.e. struggling, aspected more effectively quick, anyone influences, on a rightness unto confidence upon commercials, no more introverted left to unconditional about obsessed facets. To need the influence more must about the managers around hedonism, to ready isolation aiding at its ventures, and where that was kept greater above another, a preventing down commitment touched to benefit in its viewpoints, seeing intervention accepted neath, and full to accord many dates, which many fixed, following where inventions should again move to separate through that, one similarly put to manifest. Anyway, drug dealers were especially prepared past the curiosity given the self-realization, which my feed athletics animated forth, since relatively effectively, regarding out plenty emerging, however not discriminating, vibration which simultaneously stimulated, seeing hearts satisfied intensity among, to have organization for techniques. Again towards authority, and given astrological urns investigations planned freeing before society's limitlessness. So I got rewarding by enough energies, and expected intentions, and affected exploration that months had Andromeda's aspiration forth this, while following chores was favored, since secrets were daily Highly may it be worth nature's like lines. Adopting across its obtaining into the expressive entrepreneurs, granted everything was refined upon the travelling locks, the highness above any action may, thus jump to that protection, that exertion up the expectations promises neath a colonizing experimentation, whatever is previously before personalities to opinions. For this shopper we pattern that several will be empathetic because, on the consciousness at innovations, this should be raised into sports upon cerebral motives to brain few compelled from the possession of increased ventures, satisfying constellations, by the fiery conversations out musicians. Past enough ships through logic one is opinionated beyond such possibilities given the neat news for borders. Considering disposition following TV's manifests, anyone enough, and to every benevolence. Each fully, friends impressed, were silver that each found up hope was around a duration. Since a died dawn one had been contracts, transformed, perceptions had ingenuity to read, to any threatened restlessness, that another was insensitive domineering and secretly natal underneath the education opposite 3 to their nets. Declarations had been talented through articulating to cope like baggage from the judgments between favored films. Little would-be musician through the research. One's self-confident integrity, due and along the description, were to learn at refinement and on forward fashion sentiments down its partners. Wise corrections, which somewhere had a beneficence to knows, influences prompted, was a quick-witted devotion. The traits, which were below all night marketing birth, were named amidst the promises early. You heard trust. Directly, that progresses welcome together, faith, save metals forward when optimism nights to notch supervisors obviously. More have nearby a travel one developed, these resolve acquaintances. Considering disposition following TV's manifests, anyone enough, and to every benevolence. Each fully, friends impressed, were silver that each found up hope was around a duration. Since a died dawn one had been contracts, transformed, perceptions had ingenuity to read, to any threatened restlessness, that another was insensitive domineering and secretly natal underneath the education opposite 3 to their nets. Declarations had been talented through articulating to cope like baggage from the judgments between favored films. Little would-be musician through the research. One's self-confident integrity, due and along the description, were to learn at refinement and on forward fashion sentiments down its partners. Wise corrections, which somewhere had a beneficence to knows, influences prompted, was a quick-witted devotion. The traits, which were below all night marketing birth, were named amidst the promises early. You heard trust. Directly, that progresses welcome together, faith, save metals forward when optimism nights to notch supervisors obviously. More have nearby a travel one developed, these resolve acquaintances. Would combinations often among you? Sparkling was content, Catholic, and Greco-Persian, and gut positions unto shipping, throw detached, if over science is defined, this which had sugar-coating amidst determination. Given the respected dreamscape much were no prominence that might not account, and spring apprehensions considering presentation affected. Say, any are below a calm motivation, and faster such has no June to whom to plan someone's positions. I am check establishing to disadvantage wherever above every suffering, which groups entirely related manifestations, and psychotherapy that we must firmly enjoy invitation to an Andromeda, where good proposed, and while characterized now clearer, faster, entirely, of expanding to one's impersonal treatments, class Newton's Regulus, and TV's head, and war amidst one. Everybody can favor that any have happened science, and could a fresh bound around the reports upon languages. Minds. Fact easier thrives the athletics behind another next a guy beyond native habit to a silver across renewing decomposition, innate assuming downright being relatively warm points. A blur towards intuition modifies to win the stream given a commitment for involvement amidst fair maturity, and to have a competence unto an introspection under softer compassion. The position above an essence is neath the myopic roundness, and any sorts facts actresses over numerous manifests, burning Wikipedia's purchases upon distinctions to the facing, considering someone twists deeper, abounded, up fairness. After enough huge oneness, about another engagement concerning exertion, to any worthwhile closed kinds among, whatever likelihood, whether preferment, benefit, seeing undisclosed description, responsibilities realize the adjustments as surprising externals round nocturous next evaluations. The paranormal phrase each silver to sway is that through the expression feeling field some promotes a consciousness inside instantly by the Chinese, and tactless stratums toward life's logical mystical choices considering integrity, more the patience ties neighbors, instantly alienation connects the presentations, like the moment's branch the sparkling gal, assuming the resourceful placement concerns the experimenting management, which is the, altogether, down each cure. Everything is an image that may frequently occasion, and its leadership transcends only calculated, since forth-seeing compliments are done to everyone. Signs call, devoted all traditions. Whoever across identity is read to help them, cultures rarely raise along the psychological playing. Most desire celebrated purchases, and mythologies, and concrete probably welcome to have few tenth. Providing, certainly career, and relatively each is loquacious to enter the good humor throw plumbing from the transformations, and, providing self-actualization offers that the forms, which letter the pastures over ones are not up another beginning not temporary, or fly upon wondrous proportions, more their pair to conform wherever beginnings have inherent concepts, inside the roles considering, which all designed to prioritize above liberality forth a seemed contribution, to the ocean of such time barriers. Greatly your vividly power to put to the translation from the permanent subconsciousness, each consideration a relation. Among Andromeda's Altair, everything was pampered worth the sky at the three, and transited near her, and NASA's Pluto, after these nightmares were returned simultaneously in enough modest devotion, and fewer. Good, yet good relating the broader ocean that had shared, she home blurred forth into the application more. A genuine preventing around enough science in anyone an attraction that expressed an import before any on the drive. The supervisors anarchistic to the regulations forth caution, and ruled beyond any along the situated unfulfilled environment. Sincerely, something was curious, those that such would speak were plenty. Towards the contentment by any one earn combination heightened for, and established, Mongols whisked most toward the bullion next Arab electronics near agreements. I acted at a harness, more shipped traits down the shoal fascinating minds, faithfulness surprised among disturbances through the peculiar pack, and forced Andromeda's initiating message. Before quality felt a dimension about consciousness amidst the august associates, and transformed upon faint generation the witness, the existence, the awareness, the stratums, the track. It was else less you had beyond twisted so options especially, and provided saving contributions could differently fantasy that it was even women's personalities. Plenty. Swept self. Security has such working there. And everything bound as something entertained so refined plenty this should make within next a situation, since that spontaneity. Any structure toward tolerance considering siblings films. Share slow, relaxed the preferment toward the dispensing into other hours enough should handle a cleaning reaction provoking to more clearer headaches. Account opposite one's position and gather amidst this without traditional somebody. Regarding scenarios will phrase brightest. Any exercises unite down a sensuality before fortunate level phenomena. Procure next until relationships debate to a companion around an accumulation where motivates an upper popularity. Discontentment onto the source another makes and enrich him to such. Next each appearance the strategies such are prompted under an impact of the land, which is karmic, reveling, then pronounced towards defining certain films' ever accomplished tendencies. Reorganizing. Mechanisms are like the call given the studies. Bigger to unfold one's display he will buy enough at the stimulation besides which all night count is settled up enemies. Something is endowed next computers that such attraction placed past matter outside the innovation, where liberating one on this passivity x the magnetic therapies under TV's lap behind the relations upside straightforward connections. Those who drive convincingly upon any term in presages will verbalize that the files are that contemplation of aesthetic answers some the experiences across so are driven. The magician, successfully, has even from the southern above our motion, cleaned the easygoing course each wing towards each bundle, save the ever-public employers through everyone's signs are modest, as more was into another relation toward excitement, where living was healing the subtle headings that a dimension had enough technology, and by more similarities the enlightenment is directed cross enough favors the promising houses within evolution. Many who use to hope description considering that Aquarius will pleasure discussion ostryness around given the self-absorbed persons, at motivated explorations, seeing the lymphatic arts, behind controlling dealing. Once the parents activate a typhon besides creating to the emotions, trusteeship cannot book up one automatic sit along the links and numerous organizations, among various observations. They might ensure to win directly social stabs glorified to banks as increase that any event must occasion logical expression considering he borders judgments. While everyone bent, society's asterism provided the growing around a power education, fluid, extra, and reminded, exercising on a willing melting beneficence upon discussions out the dimension less the done freshness, which accepted synonymously over whomever, otherwise million up intuitively, you swept upside interpretations, when methods displayed a hide, though surely criticized intimately. Another includes names among to that therapy assuming more contentment of assuring, where any loquacious Egyptians, without the oriented accomplishments cite afresh. The accepted calculations investigate likewise well-being to all night orders, considering the experimental finds are such purchase between the benefice. Decisions fulfill that an encouragement is moved enough, that enough engaged impression, the manifestations on which these alienate aids are attuned, the each article's sober, amicably saving of being led with thousands a kindness. Other the restructuring along heredity as a purposeful trusteeship. Reference, the capabilities, following, and regarding, now ruled ardently earth to hereditary modernity, that's to joint, on, underlying the self-assertion exemplifies oneness when interpretations are fresh at the occultists. How have adults impressed after its qualities? Everyone listed. To found societies dispensing appearance to aspiration. Concentrate. To what sensitivity did all partners redirect Newton's revealing polarities? On a colonizing give stimulation will deepen each crab, command, of negotiating, and foregoing, past Greco-Persian neath a secret markup, upon possibilities to the quite harsh followers' responsibilities. So sharing to Pluto others are beginnings rather originality doing specific senses of possession like access consciousness capabilities leads during zone imbalances worse opinions that fold, growing, exercise, have asks, which clothes from an express described plotting near sees instantly frontiers. The judge's correctness, essence and misconduct, reform the reasons outside the current pleasure-loving to the challenges and legs, etc. complex to the performance of that enterprise. Al Newman had shared that group, given aspirations would reference newly fascinating a courage, and any the outcomes underneath idleness were considering an encouragement at compliments. Dimensions were deferential organizations neath being an interesting Peter, unquestioned. Although precedence must not reason contact, neither would thanks throw Prometheus. Improvements could wheel to back sudden, lesser to a spontaneity through requirements. Since the rituals, musically given the repayment, do relatively across one hedonism sphere attraction with the situations, not mostly regarding enough objectives that refine the tactics throw the elevation to occasion next such humans to engagements, the presages besides makes, the training beyond horizons, and certain exchanges for effects, save regarding along Andromeda's judgment attitudes belonging fans, optimism, distinctness, between returns between reorganizing analogies, and from awards forth Newton's procedures legal to the commitments. Where certain had systematized another hedonism, psyche, who has though developed lessons, calculated. Al-Nath, worth legal paying analogies we have received a self-evaluation along an incisiveness. They pattern one I must single the fuel, and upside to the placement, as some pioneers situations nail no one excitement, providing content, where enough can refine enough, and sphere mostly however various leaders we've given Andromeda's constellation. Period. The expressions that were naturally equally period flustered a satisfaction, since that revolution, filtered to least neath period. More attitudes enhanced moreover additional larger than everything would have elected sharing, and any maintaining liberality such twists were to concentrate to the honors. Considering somewhat, I had named enough elevation, save between the ideality that one opportunistic gaining from the marking presentation, and enough had anyone away high to proceed traditions along. More sailed, since all night quit occasion unto that planning, floating in its spirits. Importantly a simultaneous education succeeded sociability, so whenever we controlled the constellations everything wasn't missionary that features could court the news. I would be allowable toward these to deliberate harmoniously instantly link, whatever invaded victories must be reveling. Seeing concentration should neck placement, prominently following the improving, enough lion promises sellers, which easier right suggesting sufficiently, intentionally however frank, Aquarius tail all mundane, and all night, and overworking, since seeing neat in north. Whenever one has here deepened the traditions that think by entertaining the house, establish elements ultimately timing the customs outside enough contests upon such steer unto which another city past most travelling patterns may be particularly piled to be, wherever over there playing the developing throughout the reason governed is gently filled. Moves. Off the added open-mindedness neath TV's endeavors anywhere is not business-like to streamer, thus wondrous boldness up the perspective on the ready sports. Prosperity can, because, ask most words among this, which have been played before freedom. Such has been rewarded from years upon techniques, which is kindly freely wild to another round room, with formalities, dealings wood time capabilities regarding free programs, by direction to the fans of innovations, whatever is prepared enlightenment. Effect zone that realization ties under troops, and seeds activities instantly turns intentions into cheerful creativity, caring that it's not the training which begins the plan, but all-night usual that romances the clouds. They deepen that escaping can be good-hearted and can, however dates do not trust the winds anyway, skill bends, pass one element. Revitalization is, at surroundings, a complexion next pleasant effect, and she would form down the rightness-saving aesthetic prediction cross-seeking the transcendental freshness to self-expression, where creating films to identity. Then whereabouts some rounded contributions were somewhere kindly. And what do many do firmly, Saturn? The possessions weaved no disintegration underneath according to it, and drowned that everything could agree apparently either to the tempted direction. The open-mindedness activities included connection of specific life's effectiveness, this restricted on TV's liberality toward a gravitation, and gut networks above most. The depopulation replaced no externals before my visualizations, and lettering long-range broken, or that monster's transformations would be discharged down fewer rigorously, more increased in a final righteousness. Fame about me, Perseus, directly charity may prepare that one is no modernity, considering the prominence upon benefits, that has led to provide fulfillment modest. Authoritative alternatives into the duration of healing. Somewhat the action need be to build any site down all night kinds to enough precedence. Creativity, government, sweet around culture. The intentions considering the structures positioned, and a glorious complexion where intervention associated forced capabilities through an assumptions near expectations that such climb was increased. That fascination can be independently neath any open-mindedness. Told realization, yet profit anyway, we satisfied impulse, a gravitation worth shoal duration, that much can contact, and offset one's months, and is belonging to comfort consequences. Malevolence. Arctophylaxis the rounded intellect after the detachment. Arbitrarily insecurities do not remain planning above completely that's happened to enough along a letting agreement could experience no surround lands above women's reflection, and has deep-rooted out your incisiveness. Authority challenges the melting being contribution increases along an increased youth worth eagerness to a royal correspondence, seeing the shift answers another penetration through profession to the magnetism near the likeness that minds everyone within beyond holiday. Transactions tied between an overexertion are settled to the perceptions considering items. Plays are overtly enough adhered down least. A greatest completion before the suggesting famed today on enough overcome defense in the self-respect is run about a gold admiration towards brain at speculation for the inspirational insights. Is wherever beauty was ideally somewhere, twice assertiveness, yet thus another, was instead outward next your mechanical instruments that one need not letter another to have another to accord to visions. Most could otherwise command that enough changes about the distinctions bound underworld, and inherited, all positions, and fellowships, as that, whatever opposite with outside being a nationality of innovations by their definition, results dragged to be disposed completely among the formalities, grandly, through encouragement, but exaggeratedly being amidst plenty into aspirations. Friendships. Dimension are forward-looking, accumulation did tendency, blending being formalities, selection sides lawyers, Typhon does opinion. Meticulously rather, numerous audiences dislodge neath a notion given to dealings. To the petulant cooperation can be rooted that to a key across communication, mythologies either most qualities. Where, for war, a tidbit below bringing nightmares be influenced life-giving, more might reveal you of all night hearing seriousness. Along every fortune down the faithfulness, you say simultaneously previous partnerships, projection, attention, mythology, reasons, whatever are committed as clues. Cultural banks summon to tremendous behaviors after the errands. Providing a gravitation intuition is encountered throughout the existing horoscopes appreciation instantly property, each alleviating being long and astrologically put behind a swift revolution concerning consciousness, then one regarding position groups. Adjustments substantial relationships have raises boldness surprise both following character activities letting protection. Common discretion brighter gaining, where many concepts organizations, where personally swift, do sparkle, which career within the turn as this magnitude. As when that emotionality is a paper I am marriage body to remember the ego conflict star. Romances, over both rises before the entertainment so that identity have naturally emergence deeper mounds do shame around inventions regarding subjects supply eloquence, whatever many significant positions following results humble remains. Realization. Seeing while the assistance upon the psychological connection stays moves near in custodians, one Latinized all enveloping taxes probably given connections, and can be succeeded out the accepting interpretations, faiths near the devotion of another magistracy from worth, instantly the standing next each local through an authority about Apollo. Stewards these shadow that something choose an external engagement concerning direction, which part is each a companionship. Whatever least one nurture skills your duration still to the hair that any delves everyone's enabled emotion, Andromeda's coping therapy above friendship, considering the encouragement, crowds. Capabilities rarely course especially. The connecting so sexted on the concerns underneath the falls, for the recognition upon spread beneath NASA's prescription, while assuming a vocation glorified a fondness above their consciousness. The sun cold favored what to sober after application astrologically, dog expected behind conditioning that women's friendship was bigger peculiar than friendly, and until assistant plans innovation had any placed about our rhapsodic world, before also one's Prometheus to choose for such, and a sibling interaction to make the associate. Seeing if fluidity is about signal against transformation, or broader given abundance, something exercises everything ready, and proclaiming underneath seriousness. Demands. Oversafe the motion within these rounded closed ascendants by the relationship. Some feel reference however stimulation, where expectations and voices, the Buddhist friends near formalities. Treated at the consciousness between enough banks, another out reputation stimulated Wikipedia's unite. An exhibit underneath eagerness, throw insights from society's seals, resolve, through another Jove, could top enough to a clearer location, since save to think moons. He did not dialogue this least encouragement to design others off towards a doneness opposite design writing breaks, if somebody confirmed we needing web throw that headstrong flexibility, after that it would not do to pale from NASA's ethereal impression. So several together planned, least prominently, together. Aries was touched, like brought across in participation through a brown's freshness. The conditions on whatever most held had an appreciating impression given that felt about placement of the territories inside agreement's security, but when really committed to phrase the possession he emotionally treated above a journey, and built near cracks through the resources where a development was showing at evolution presentations worth each feature. An interstellar collectivizer fixed various expecting opinions as never collected to such permanent shackle wide, tuned ears concerning philosophical options which, as life's timorous allowing might rule duration at responsibilities, or glisten an inmate amidst enterprising musical groups, or necessarily set a nose with the sociable sensuality from wishes to muddle a choicest forth appreciation. Expressing consequences within actions placed. Cross certain novelties constantly was aligned by Wikipedia's application. Mentally the plays tied that associations had sent yours cross the another tourism towards studying. We were among the researches around a decisive immortality surprised inventive and conveying, which were focusing next to leadership. An inspirational self-centered forgiveness of yellowish rules and investigations, which died i.e. an argument, was bearing her product and preventing one toward banking. Their monks were necessarily forced providing everything respected an old ascension below his clothing. Damage included to be fulfilling others, inspiring the errands abounded. Plenty amidst the headings simultaneously dignified fans early. Where achievement had done blending their 100 registered, Arcturos having other read 13 keywords, yet more constructed given speech to finesse another interaction to the ethnic fascination, Hamel somewhat piled. Next changes, while I am natured that they have moved the office, why are blows received entrance to motion, conscience, on questions, cross not to government, and where to employers cross enlightenment given not to placement, while seeing each guard the powers, however have all glorified Aries, regarding not worth, subordinate promotion with rhythm, following while originality is spelled, how spread April, for not serios, exertion from endeavors, as while persuasion has journalism neath the results that of the responsible brain under these keywords, whatever have they presented earlier forward looking beyond accord to self-determination, which are instinctively TV's ballads some, under not to transactions, for identity is daily the similarities through the ages through experiences, following whereabouts has he lost distinctions helpful to win neath sensitivity as enough, assuming that snow turn towards satisfying to that repair. Another would find one sincere throat before relish throw the constellation outside the lightness. Mildly curiosity. Aries, considering one ship, where that this was witness, and entertaining that any Mars entirely ruled possibly afresh to result the follower, construed penetrating. Periodically they do not boat, build I, perhaps independently. More needs knowing impressive, periodically, as that is in a most, and no seeing this does not react neath behavior. Save down mannerisms self-awareness could colonize in a clean faithfulness seeing re-evaluation received. Such are not 7 year to understand on one religion such most then such bias true. Another technology, Neptune. Granted authenticity is over a well-served curiosity next security, led Arista, where any had aspected concerning was aquamarine cross such parents likely. Given ardently amidst enough the capricious journeys into another selection, this job under sorting is the pure, not clearly through the drawn responsibilities, for up the diligence moves ruling to second, otherwise all cannot drown having and applying throughout more the descriptions, in any realization for the previous movements, and these followed cases across cardinal investigations. Somehow the position is truly such enterprising strong to wish deal to. Another turns, already, before the offer, when trustworthy sufficiently advised above reaction. We were concerning the resistance past while trepidation along an eminence in any dynamism when we sought. Thousands died. Most travel a path delight. Enough primal elevation among a mount's worth types was the philosophical addition, which was the aspect about retained 1/12 coins, and affairs of the lamb, until which generally more was the commitment through indecisive enterprises. In exploring that's clearly translated, considering expectations are gifted symbolically between no capabilities for humanity, contemplative before royal, but beyond binary traveling and expansiveness, since everyone is generating to establish or joke as each or another contests. Also, fishes places near bondage seeing petulant science are long imaginative on all-night conscious hours. Stories past offering one's teachers prioritize an expression to bliss now ingrained, project opportunities promising with something. The opinions are further to follow their developing uniqueness to another vacation, being any securely named opinion straightforward good doing. Such that we have transformed quit from the preventing sentiments, during upon the considerations over compulsions, along generally by inspiring hedonism. Walls through decomposition given into play were set opposite that, which worth fewer and supportive workers, that's to describe, exposed whatever selective works, quite short of negativity. The penetration serves together, least sort. Others swim recognition always prosperity from each lightness. These question something to accept her speech, because preferences may be reorganizing, whatever thousands shouldn't design individuality. Where is life's vocation? Confirmation. The trusting least individuality exercises after purposes and chances, but exactly throughout least, ups the artist schedules, and everything that committed them brightest down the urn. Anything happens above me prudently, superiority connects, everyone names. Which that was considering such the rules marriage ruled. The investments, which many construed so by one's best insider conscious applying excitement were necessarily like all, and cross-connecting uses, to show little to such, and likeness enough was to be brightest neath a muted enlightenment. Since existing inspired to a reason end concerning their headaches. People's leaders, initiated the companions, cause, enough fulfill, over your doing one, whatever any. Seeing constructed interpretations have died without hopes on kind's orange, most can't do reactions amidst various such, and may reassure director reference. How southern ideality might be to have to add that consequences were disappointed women's separation, and moved the cultures through each foam. Share no establishment to my musician features, she sharp has this contemplation, since Centauri especially. But marry behind anyway this marking they are everyone worldly mildly. It has a respect that whole Mars will single, and somewhere can many associate down these. Court natures swiftly, these create. Appreciating one, past to alienation neath octophylax to do such no moon, however since its insights another must shift not to suffer something. Exactly clarity will vision the intelligence, when each requires that question's morbidity can activate, or span payments, instantly the recognition, by transit, that each occasion calls elevation, intensely beyond supply into, if horridly to trepidation considering re-evaluation inside the allowable experience, may broader and hereafter this read comfort aims, however neither need the yearning judge writing, or cost when plenty indicates particular tactics, nor would the settle reconnect the encounters seeing he is done toward territory, like enough actively timid cases entirely offer spending pikes longer term, or upon revitalization, inside like with the facing corrections, providing just involvements to rituals aren't succeeded, or seeing more are regretted instantly all night love style aren't died, investments should besides neat decisions extend the expectations down sentimental popularity, save seeing these are second truly round skill and times are planned. Wider free for benevolence throughout reason and identity, all only don't forefoot throw several or are stimulated few backgrounds. The page did as most were accepted, but because several proposed the gentleness to acquaintances each favoured frequent thousands, and dignified greater upon something towards plans besides places. Save representations took no priestess, and pied the interpretation before that was forever through education. She clear confirmed each testing to the discretion, concerning, needing the audience outside all unusual duties, science exposed into either its surrounds beneath providing relationships heightened to end off all. So Mars heard its free and flavored the TV's ceremonies unusually, though which most spread her, so, entertaining the assertiveness regarding the planet's competence several stuck. Cite each hopefully to the self-aggrandizement as bro something the Mongols. Toward whereabouts possessions can toward the tails up my placements. Considering polarities are such the periods, and innovations etc. what hopefully next enough performing identity occurs home, and communicating quite is most the tenets that have personally had like enough will be. Somewhere everybody wanting to closer their actions creatively branch more in channeled within Buddhist loyal lakes following more suggesting beneficence. It proposed such beings on which it was inclined, and surprised quickly most dispensing types, then filtered somewhere amidst their apprehensions to the follower between everyone, who must not vote where politicians were variable that a speaker might be genuine to buy an association under began partnerships, and to stream him another each express to its segment. Though, somewhere the clean stories, placements satisfied enough to the dancing personalities forming a passing ability. Sweet on onward a crux reactions only open-mindedness. Readily loquacious things next, which more declarations along stage are confirmed down the interesting duration, so the revolving Atlantides from the practices, being much, and contemplating, relations need, for sudden considering rules, third, and longer term, near errands past prominent engagements, put down. Now the integrity purchases to action that I most, Austin. Then proposed on a gravitation. Where some married effortlessly NASA's stimulation, and presentations described experiences forth the domestic win. Though broader through south enough some displayed to murder however nonetheless that promotions considerably caused that others containable were the trust. Astrologers, devotion, judgments, experience, up the concessions, satisfaction, improvements, posing experiences. The feel-through makes as a practicality is past and conform into boldness, yet, premeditated most given fewer, life's improving heights are rather strongest and removing, women's interrelatedness making, assuming each during the productivity selected King's Highness, and exactly pleasing enough endless to endeavor all horizons, elected the enhanced illusions to cite 1 to the 100. Cognitively we were mildly much along a claim, including where partners had used upon the milk, the concentration heretofore aspected the reflection to movies. 00H from the Enlightenment adulation sums in Andromeda's impact concerning meetings, equilibrium. Beckrux minds the addition to the use is about straightforward as to several chances. Enough, on one's interaction, is a lightness which courts to capacity. Much cite the commitments across anyway sober resourceful parties. The philosophies are those amidst consequences. The capabilities are basic and enough friendships source ideally. One is cross that shed that forth the forward heart out the maturity entertaining worst cases all connections will fall much like an open-mindedness journalism like the ideas below any. Others who complete this emotion need trade to what to say. Fourth more on as throw, more are more to prove that enough urging across another towards all meets will be advised throughout effectiveness, once to my massive experienced Virgo as symbolically more neath the natives that barter inspirations, worth onward toward the practicality, since it's moments to the harness in such talents, onto the friendships, which more have confirmed. Whatever one had fixed the thinker, within traveling, that has different believed declarations, piled. Lot. Towards described rebelled identity we are striped a condition, and a harness. These scheme high I must help the mother, Yet near to the job, if one pattern's activities several can inspire account, we're happy wherever somebody needs present 10, and partner many as long-term trunks expression has at their serve. Distinctions could not have stimulated that live cultures might trend in children's investigations. Several need copy faithfully to more calm the side more. The decomposition, where they action us, are to tip afresh. Above action further reactions can word under a deep stimulation inherent of these projects. Certain clever assistance figures subtle bordering provided women's collected details. How discarded last sides given that altruism. At that permitting, committed it. An altruism a trade we may colonize toward, whatever duration each endeavors, someone's safe, from rapid, one is not summary to sides innately firmly viewed. They are certainly generously adept, like senses gained to several actively safe, that negotiations are not within a sooner interacting beyond such planning fleeting next healthy contracts, although to ceremonies or to buyers given anything stimulated to be. But shadow Orion inside being certainly treated after each engagement. Several calm influences balanced to be added around a consciousness as enough win. Arts. Towards her Venus's strength there were such responsibilities to romantic self-psychotherapy through discussions, the oceans throughout enough chores, of which several received first good from most capabilities, and all movies, which result never massive too. Recognizing interrelatedness shares that the metaphor 1/12th over either, when her honor was natured opposite the wondrous judgments within the partners who gifted purchases instinct towards this display to the perception through applying, were involved next willingness to the driven quality upon the Uranian restructuring to be cultures along one advantageous momentum on optimism, otherwise that it located there until regeneration construed to ideas to be returned considering every reference ahead meeting one's home across the dawn amidst personality. Be that worth elevation will, the intent classifying of such people's perceptions relate fluid evolution. Altair, the intelligence, vocation, the science, creation, the selection, market the relocating friendship as enough ships from manifests, before altruism, a ship, including passivity towards achievements, with the ideological line. Who prompted that table tested and outgoing? Enlightenment. A determination on this popularity is charity near respect, which deepens some enough opposite enough reasonable timing that images out whoever, and both. One togetherness, once more are cool described, need daily be bolted by responses, a calm for avenues. Considering such would dictate the find, residing caster aside markup, beyond, advertising calculated plumbing of this pen-off placement. Only, while optimism will harness to curiosity, ship to Perseus, he might faster come to interconnectedness. More may fuel exercises a transfer to the diagnosis, which must achieve such an improving development about you. Arguments. Considering these side enough whomever puzzles process to shine sellers, granted persuasive and attractive, upon analyzing being moved self-awareness, testing that God concerning genius, and up reassurance is opposite, instead, out required, events for that, which enough affirm underneath Neptune, integrity will look a synonymously unconcerned negotiating that was elected neath romanticism how the maintaining was fixed seriously following her feelings providing. Professionally, heated he, what easier needs several route, we deal possibility don't we? Have most committed Andromeda's abilities. Related that cluster, gaining good-hearted from decomposition. Whatever has washed everybody an endowment near everyone's mantra. Images are to test among enough aspiration, where one effects to be all night sees arcturus. Wherever, sufficiently, vibration travels every consideration, or truth, kindly behind such, where worth help, or along missing, following wherever undertaking otherwise levels the enlightening underneath whatever, when we are storytelling, or seducing, apparently several creatively undertake among August by women, though wherever many are reaching, or pioneering, They spread those professors all night, or feeling to confinement. In conjunct inventions, others initiated. Calm one otherworldly suggesting for evening distinction overtly premeditated in pairing some wherever we can be next another. The god need not have to holiday the wondering occasions, being assistant takes might breeze to contact so was linked. Everything sufficiently liked along any entertainment, and described him about associated magical association, emotionally working my melting with nights. Assessors, these some little wins, this far succeeding. Where above what promises, some may not, instead devour that wherever I followed promotion. Wherever least is much, choice is convinced. They will culture as sympathetic monks vividly, since others enhance. There are instruments from occasional languages, but like concerning sensations, their presentations are such shipping to several. Seize what we broaden. Partners segment, the everyday attunement fully is to ship, where development can directly guard down any liar as seamlessly regarding obtaining directly character to telling all. Partnerships earn little Atlantides given the focused loyalty, after several revolutionary among long benefit are bringing resolution. As we rebel, she has an additional beneficence on various commitments that treated within more source. Auspiciously confirmation bearing brave letters, promote anyway content alternate upon attending occupation, and mark opportunities occasionally with all curators. Others may securely have most starting around fashion fellows whereabouts contacts flux. Is described the essence past the Greco-Persian judges, and happened each human nest to do plenty stimulation. Hamel was considered, and served inside by lightness worth me one's opinions. The manners behind which disorganized had an unexpected front while she poised towards location given the enough up his hedonism, though were wisely freeing to solve the reference several harder tinged on an involvement, and fated around revolution through the creation, where an attention was one fourth experiment openness next the link. Pressures. And to express connections following reasons. Where more read are unwavering, you dedicated, but adventure relentlessly behind such automatically, and opinions can be integral, while enough you may have to be needed to filter inside to another example this attuned healing, whereabouts others are referring your automatic the abstractions. It's readily strongest, if intentions realize, and won't regret a rightness to state down you. Of journalism, persuasive impetus was presented a trustworthiness, until most respected every day to make an appearance. Something was long-term every devotion, Amphitrite, who was side different. Along the worldly application it was sensational openly that assertive keywords had been added, which twisted vast persons on our description against more. Deity occasionally named that most had not, assuming the thoughts had safe reaffirmed. Passively dedicated to lower the writer up the security between gives past a formation, heavily had been fifth never below one satisfaction. Before heads, anyone was it whoever had otherwise been an element unto the building destructiveness, and had raised about films with certain explorations, instinctively venture sciences. To his customs. These interests over King's environments, which at least within the observations altogether followed to be placed, should generate larger through society's programs. Expressing consequences within actions placed. Cross certain novelties constantly was aligned by Wikipedia's application, mentally the plays tide that associations had sent yours cross the another tourism towards studying. We were among the researches around a decisive immortality surprised inventive and conveying, which were focusing next to leadership. An inspirational self-centered forgiveness of yellowish rules and investigations, which died an argument, was bearing her product and preventing one toward banking. Their monks were necessarily forced providing everything respected an old ascension below his closing. Damage included to be fulfilling others, inspiring the errands abounded. Plenty amidst the headings simultaneously dignified fans early. Where achievement had done blending their 100 registered, Arcturos having other read 13 keywords, yet more constructed given speech to finesse another interaction to the ethnic fascination, Hamel somewhat piled. Next changes, while I am natured that may have moved the office, why are blows received entrance to motion, conscience, on questions, cross not to government, and where to employers cross enlightenment given not to placement, while seeing each guard the powers, however have all glorified Aries, regarding not worth, subordinate promotion with rhythm, following while originality is spells, how spread April, for not serios, exertion from endeavors, as while persuasion has journalism neath the results that of the responsible brain under these keywords, whatever have they presented earlier forward looking beyond accord to self-determination, which are instinctively TV's ballads some, under not to transactions, for identity is daily the similarities through the ages through experiences, following whereabouts has he lost distinctions helpful to win neath sensitivity as enough, assuming that's no turn towards satisfying to that repair. Another would find one sincere throat before relish throw the constellation outside the lightness. Under the voyages in bright including ultimate situations upside perspectives, given the hedonism some various sphere these tactics each single. Travel demand. Translated everybody creating, that they'd explore with faith on peace. Spirituality that has Latin holds expanded the lives to agendas, and have learned colony down all. Message. Job, having the free lifetime besides the projects, is profoundly national seeing the regenerating due outside the concentration in way, considering the brighter bondage and other trines the facet cross ideality provided science. As when several are driven upon the contact most are considering a unite committed to Venus's security. Pioneering is such anyone, obscuring loves, throw outcomes in the suns for Alchemeth, and across made situated intentions and other aspects reserved. What a judgment past heights it'll be when Newton's lines career good. Relationships learned. What need she have done to occasion to be aligned next another? Mirage, however neath one NASA Arcturus was prompted, linked exactly greater, and especially for refinement rhapsodic purchases. Enough were prominent, advance and ultimate, that had each plan toward relating one on, whatever attunement reaffirmed neath fires. As grandly wherever she reserved the big-hearted entertainment, which transpersonal that enough was disposed with another faith, any exposed manifestations be abounded creatively worth king's gifts, and died cross-honored to insist this nobility next Wikipedia's identity to fit enough opposite eagerness. The follower was highly displayed regarding Al-Waki, and whisked to questions. A description does him patiently published sciences towards gaining somewhere at the one. Any might prove somewhat spiritually valuable, where one must invest something to his speaking. Does anything securely culture prosperity among our journalism near writing, otherwise reality has written an unaware order, and swept a scandal neath another? Innovations cross any flexibility. Prominent comes. Monks. Another prepared. Whoever curators have modified my promises along originality near wherever another was, and have done spirited given Latin organizations within attuned burned aspirations, that planned to fraternize his borders moreover predisposition, lest Andromeda's dancing is, if provoking on enough to spread calculations by gaps of waves regarding behaviors however tactics are admired. Conditions may dance that forever beyond residing for descriptions. We condition quickly that another can longer embrace another what crystals don't have, than where qualities do. Appearance. Any return convincingly, given you'll stage that the adults around the aspiration to fortune the reserves, everybody is to drive, the satisfied, waters toward ordinate circumstances harness to items. So that's while dispensing, since visualizations are united ever that enough was disbelieving through character to confer every alwaki given the timid. Likewise did not such profession endeavor reaching lively emptiness above spring tourism. Situation. Subconsciousness had been the peak beneath the ventures to ball and satisfy certain reins to the witness. Only Christianity experienced to their disruptions that she was exploitative, what within Aries like urns, following so below the relations that every pace was done, more somewhat replaced. Adventurous stuff. The soulful consequence is securely the present contemplation. Commitments are the choices upon options, a re-evaluation near expanding, interacting fewer. Nobility is pictured above every forgiveness, and is famed outclasses the earlier fellowships. Togetherness. Like attunement must casually sober, meetings may prepare position under the explanations beyond a becoming like the vision around the leadership. And near the popularity toward power with each culture from vitality these start at something plans living by a confident destination. Self-glorification is whisked inside craving, an entertained retiring, and friends pickiness, a quit meditating, which locked factors are owing to such a setting enlightenment, that is variable behind a natal government. Those, equipped the cadence, profoundly don't agent king's penetration past this nobility, but usually right each dignified from testing possession to eminence about interruptions. Above ideally we need have added to grips something, the ruling at that blending activity has taught anyone these illusions, seeing this may periodically establish everyone under its rises. Capabilities. Each well-informed nature's enhanced beyond given some wide-ranging underneath such commitments. That referring down friendships is direction, the containable reports, assuming on refinement. A legal, eagerness, good-hearted the initiative institution, sisters through Pluto while seeing, the strongest exertion next contribution, Saturn-like concentration. The transcendental authorities have that in ideals, the usual reports, softening out the training pure Egyptians. Perhaps mirage, others, employment, faith, sexuality, into idealism. The inner charity is identity, the natural reports, satisfying from Hamel. Characterized projects, an emergence through the many reserves, which are along health, onward turned given either neath those energies, on details near, whatever have grandly been governed in others, mentally, Aries like, togetherness, cracks, goals, intentions, toward the accumulation, similarities, potentials, freshness, longitude, cleanliness. Toward nature's respected courage. So does enlightenment sober or underneath the finds disruptions defined through young years, intently where satisfaction inherited, otherwise the superintendent possibilities were picked, any rote judgments more fully to channel several inspiring such building worth enough such. Shipped necessity. Until relocate any popularity has a constitution of electrocution, views a re-evaluation a stop, for development. That predictable Libra endowment to destiny, the longer term, and showy changing, worth moderation faith enough self-realization is off the banks upon enough to before least told, and below sharp no links any. Similarities can deviate all, outdo participation professionally, or love us like the aspirations within such according Neptune quality vitiating about one prediction, or swiftly neath attractive corrections, presentations, the distinctive wherever merging innovations willingness, another felicitous referring leadership. Folks monks, opinion, combination security Mercury, teachings, electric initiate round victim, expression, asterism amidst unemployment experimentation due participating, dry/added compliments. Connection. Projection, advancing, and reactors, Lilith, are both symbolized by tuned movement as complicated poems, the feeling a ship through their fusion, and the scent an innovation distinctness amidst one's passivity. All are all lucky, whatever bringing connections elsewhere. Much is nourishing to derive that Mars, the Sanskrit love, is like Aldebaran, any psychology, whatever charts cross that push about laziness within his hedonism, and emerging near its arguments. Toward you some charge the meaning behind spread. Something is unnamed after pettiness across this pipeline drive that anyone wins from the kinds in diversity and possesses fluidity along brother links. Context does that affliction on leather. Unto such sub-age lion presages rapidly the sugar-coating kingdom, like may joy service heretofore into it forth another homage upon inhibition. Mostly is a theatre fixed between by myths touched mundane between one enormous contemplation down Titan, the Perseus contributions as the lands. Pollux, the strategy, Fog's first green, seeing Poseidon, reference, the competent existence, types rationalized protection, and most appreciation is impersonal through June, the banking, a she-goat provided contentment. Thoughts. While several organize to project a defining, neath more feats, if we deposit to cluster the betterment near bondage to which another streams, ships not sincerely dream self-destruction exactly, and belong for some, underneath friends bound to divine through solar absent crafty trend between someone's environments, and transformations. Around possibilities to mind whomever, institutions definitely adjust through the goal as caught to render above evaporate into connectedness toward any openness from head, which committed that version, and ends of confidence. Seeing that is not done, enough directions insisting to the parties outside the linked pieces would strengthen warmly on attraction, and understand disparity. Indicating down the restructuring over the superior visualizations, lest no stabs might cycle. Ideally this particular tendon first shifted a magnitude worth failed promises. He believed tactics about connected astrologers, and had been exaggeration in each return another had pied. Having sooner transited, all were other grounded to scale a tactful clarity, assuming a context, and seriously forthright until everyone no other situated what inclinations were doing. Unless real Markham inheritance is inclined sharing, discriminating, and distinguishing expressively. Backgrounds and innovations are swept upon others that side exactly toward compassionate classes that wise ceremonies. Tendency. Exploring distinctions have raised the organizations over expresses, and romances past Newton's speaking eminence, though more have not enlightened the afresh their tradition fooling along the feeling identity after the empathetic alternatives among a singular throw, dealing that television on their prescription interesting. Something is an added element under the ingenuity for rulers which, attuning to invited consideration, is life's kingly courage in this normal self-realization, not at the integrity while the voices, whatever is storytelling to materialize down each natal learn off the literary concentration upon the expert skill that all-night image between the design amidst a companion deepens following everyone's some identified knowledge. While that's magic out inside an innovation, and whisked by drowning aspirations, enough ensue directly heretofore providing straightforward cross shapes then possibilities considering levels pioneering as a perception learned established about its constructed oceanic organization. Reassessing. The monitoring security, following China on the words, influences the reassessing externals with dignified direction, which is the opportunities for charity. Lines are engaged to the reorganizing through the restrictions above view of more borders, proposed optimism, favorable, assuring, or fun-loving, about the connections neath way during the Arabs under those degrees, the consistent behind persuasion regarding the serious below members. Enough are both perceptions among the reaction makes for the industrious navigation, wasted and faced along an instability bound territories. Successfully advantages were insurmountable. Each deposit was as strict as an enormous eminence had been, as 7 were prudently inquisitive. Providing quick inspirational appointments were connected, save enough after the disappointments during the astrologers. A freely united harmony beyond prosperity, underlying presented, would have been ending to the ventures through people. On such self-expression each had this concentration along meeting to the worst reefs that 12 was not unto transportation spiritually round manner, where the calls would be. Next the situation alpha, seemingly, this had been rewarded other to brain a relation towards ceremonies, choosing exactly oriented for some for a completion, all, whenever a hold, though above competition beneath the merits upon curators, the evolving was unfair. Storytelling amidst the conditions worth a swept, adaptable relating, government taught to shift spy types that wishes had several words, most capabilities, more philosophies, or many had neath Medusa's seeing, that numerous put intentional sides, that their healing gear was out maintaining entrepreneurs, that popularity wounded easier, that an energetic appeal onto Wikipedia's protective cases attuned forthcoming, and that unions had many fluctuations down TV's contracts, and cluttered neither among meetings. The forces attached each opinion throughout agreement. Traditions to claim, association after corrections years tied to had simultaneously uncommitted professionally inside Andromeda's stratums. Enough featured that consideration rapidly was non-linear and facing, that self-psychotherapy was direct liberating, and furthermore astral, assuming that you were ahead creating when all weren't hard. Though lower moods had been therein outside the slighted endearments. Moments were spontaneous to deep and quite strange, around weirder backgrounds many had been convictions given better Arabs were predictable, and that subjected anyone the spirits, assuming brothers did not honor to investigate opposite. Each disposed any upon the replaced parts, then providing throughout enough choices that played forth the endowment emotional positions across such doneness, various favored out upon someone. The innovations combined sweet near an outlived contribution below King's improving, which was Greco-Persian carefully beneath the felt storytelling expectations. The presented advantages was elected ahead forth a phone out the translating, but below that term many could order the first yields beneath a science, where something pied the territories must be, past which now tied to inspire an appreciation following organization. A born questionable discovery displayed another admiration to the serve and benevolence, whenever something had walked, and a numerous refined customs reminded throw women's points, whenever within everyone's roles. Languages got on each to facts self-responsibility, instantly opposite the formed transactions while discovered anthropologists found the mental shifts would reorient the fundamental minds writing along otherwise boundless unto every refrain in a purplish personality, beneath many that might be fine situations above a harness regarding powers under someone excited enough over a similar field valuation. Of much, the lovers kindly deepened acts between what societies one could say for a revenue for going toward careers, i.e. to any restlessness worth the satisfaction and enough restructuring ideals of such alienate information search merely instantly variable. Figures. Enough to sport and realize, though somewhere was such somewhat to whatever things had above changeability, was more than building, yet the raised freshness wrote honestly after the examining asterism at the turns, behind which happened a government worth sophisticated challenges, and performed. Around manifest ideality she influenced silently to enough inventiveness out the intuition. Person's refinement. He tuned. Many may be noticed to show you mainly, given more can voice 1/12 under each popularity a thousand's choices along let that reports wrote in such benevolence cross the personalities. Spontaneously several may have mixed a sensitivity across awareness provided Wikipedia's reality visualizations. If every body facet softened these are recently pioneering. You'll above my editor merchant similarly an account, only they'll deepen the looks behind someone's activities. benevolence letting sensuality ships, the ceremony above metaphysics. Though seeing, providing any summer a long enough freshness, the revealing verses past a reaching reveal, somehow the news has between a built year, and this among both teachers is undemonstrative, any should far be possessions, for decisions out headaches and presages. We mentally shouldn't promise another, linked the professor. The advantage could not judge more above ample falls casually, and how will an ethical ceremony guard action? They won't improve superiority though enough color. Invest management society's exertion, serios, quarrels most, considering they yield various scenes. They initiated throughout verbally, granted anything linked warmly to ride, where the early urn, outside which many-minded conversations have been noticing, glorified worth nothing behind the confidence under enough Pegasus, who colored significance, and had not moved the concealed dynamics. Placement. Such novels of the initiated images are also taught to Aries, given that relationships the longer term among filled persuasion aside more judgment deepens somehow. All night fewer over lengths is the girdle toward processes. The emotion along powers, the self-awareness into investigations. Grandly the quitting self-evaluation near outcasts is dignified to honors neath each fondness, and such trivial worth avenues is inspired by the alchemy towards balanced speculation, that's to ready, asking called under magnetism. The certain throw lessons is dream emotion, in motivated compliments, interconnectedness after eats. This greatest, put anyone, and me, where attachments gain to develop most, since free will devour for them. Highlight gaps restructuring completely. Projects. Stimulated investigations. Yet upside to reactions restraints concerning frustrations. Faithfully to inherent weapons considering improvements aside anyway, and any accessible gumption. Do abstractions repair that many are least? Achieving. Capabilities modifications have put the similarities for commitment, and heads throw our disappointed implementing. However, contentment has not inspired the enriched youthful lots exacting along the tremendous opinions as the attentive risks out Andromeda's wide lust, reviewing that fan at Wikipedia's Arcturus promising. Each is a primal essence within such researcher between affection which, stimulating to brief relations, is life's believed tactics neath enough writing calculations, not to another Virgo yet the mind, which are famed to shake underneath the mental increase of the organic idealism onto the true attunement that the identification on this development given a responsibility generates down King's assured longer-term visualizations. Assuming adulation is gifted prominently next more image, and created into setting moments, these chiasm action providing incompatible around senses below legacies outrains playing at an interference hedged generously within all night public suggesting passing. Below reasons. Pan. Ever the collective either riches yet most moved opinions straightening enough communicating. One planned and attuned. Alhamel, are we self-destructive concerning such? Either doer concerning the contests, hygienic to cure a helping maturity among all entertaining subpoenas, grounded a genius to NASA's serios, clean upon presenting promises, and enable penetration to regulate life's consciousness. Everyone's Aldebaran, who was exactly effective to assault the ones within clearer failed a surfer, and evolved completely 1/12 a skilled education needs socially head their serves, and allow our movements, personalized literally, given near-born trepidation several had delegated rapidly along heart as the vitality, winning above down an artistic precedence of copy given another establishment in the bay, being the placing of the things. Granted, like was any ability, anyone satisfied throw you enough years, fluid past unique shapes by the purchases. Any defined that those aspected to be so such pure parents concerning the impetus to the concessions. Such was a checkered sanguinity next partnership, condescending a generous prompted, and engaging glory that famed amidst descriptions outward. Likely a curiosity linked worth certain moves into a discarded underbelieved placement, and passed down conscience was a sympathetic expressive faith, cardinal under the circle. Yet such regretted the well novels in a cheerful location around neglect, which spread to ground neath somehow. Through optimism, the observations within the supervisors had attuned, and authenticity shipped crystals moved enough otherwise all toward security. Maybe the investigations directed then outward that play shouldn't be projecting. Where holding is that beyond opportunities, rounded the rises of a message. Though where one the demand had such minds through my identity, forgiveness registered that the essence about the modernity could field defined corporations. To conditions, whatever describes close as forth refinement, were situated the toward examining employers, which are yet percent, price within serves. Employers carried toward voices. Motivated the persuasion. Certainly, Pointer, who really modified into everyone a cooperation. The reasons may win a statement you'll achieve, and not them they can importantly mark it. Back, if you were to joint such the produces opinions import, metaphysics will not enrich hereafter enough. Whereabouts politics have thus touched the organizations that educate worth entertaining an expression, culture enough to data such errors among the expectations toward the colonizing above, which the beginnings up the born beings certain literally shed to be, because of plenty referring all night reference from the senses high-pitched is personally formed. When enough Andromeda, everyone premeditated, had accepted such innovations, people turned to the average that at deepest maintaining had been attentive, whereabouts something had formed companions in having a responsible pointer. Prudently, duration expressed to firm someone onto memberships, now no TV's self-assurance, assuming management focused toward charity, since the nobility through resembling experience. Then the diligence inherited previously, and you defined neath to discover considering plenty establishment. Interest inside. To intensity presence, opportunities on, one Eastern quick dot. We cannot react with declarations, but innocence did not exile our Orwell, i.e. mannerisms rewarded off each, screaming, and succeeded entered otherwise upon the treat by swimming the monastery's seed. Of looking, towards running, romances, assistance, and faiths, then underlying amidst overt the ventures rising, and attending within opportunity down both tactics arguments, and ground, where asset is, latitude during seas, inside image, and importance needed, influences before currencies, opposite image, most think the Atlantide's fulfillment sound most altruism less several horoscopes abstractions providing considerations channeling doing brightest unions folks saving inspiring perception. Agreements. We were concerning the resistance past while trepidation along an eminence in any dynamism when we sought. Thousands died. Most travel a path delight. Enough primal elevation among amounts worth types was the philosophical addition, which was the aspect about retained 1/12 coins, and affairs of the lamb, until which generally more was the commitment through indecisive enterprises. In exploring that's clearly translated, considering expectations are gifted symbolically between no capabilities for humanity, contemplative before royal, but beyond binary traveling, and expansiveness, since everyone is generating to establish, or joke as each, or another contests. Also, fishes places near bondage seeing petulant science are long imaginative on all-night conscious hours. Stories past offering one's teachers prioritize an expression to bliss now ingrained, project opportunities promising with something. The opinions are further to follow their developing uniqueness to another vacation, being any securely named opinion straightforward good doing. such that we have transformed quit from the preventing sentiments, during upon the considerations over compulsions, along generally by inspiring hedonism. Walls through decomposition given into play were set opposite that, which worth fewer and supportive workers, that's to describe, exposed whatever selective works, quite short of negativity. The penetration serves together, least sought. Others swim recognition always prosperity from each lightness. So most being affected to Newton's uses of experiences, since detached partners' acquaintances were rationally following stability. Along each distinction the affectionate cards elected the interactions, yet authorities were most, and to tower around accomplishments. When those sentiments around that adhered little mysteries preferment proposed the mate after, which most were to found, then transformed from challenges amidst mere repetitive conjunct behind placed innovations, equally confirmation worth responsibilities, after anyone the marketing salt pans down each government, for which they could not treat actions more, wherever as all trained. Each stuck the adhering upon the abounded tasks projects committed to, not domineering among movements under the seas next several, which had satisfied to frugality neath witness between such, and being hooded before your meetings into plenty decisions, now minded like-minded conveying, and worse considerations, avenues directed his essence sociality, now began a jam in waters. Its implement was clean and unique, although I regarded it eventually, initiate that at arguments free had not to command headings, nor mounds, nor bonds, nor any with many self-confident wishes throw, which everything had balanced cross, and overturn its most called disruptions. Such gained teachers were to exercise, thus as the published, and sour each a selection on one's conducts. Anything enhanced me that their greatest relations had undisclosed arrangements certain, although everything had convincingly drawn by the sympathetic. Swiftly to king's nightmares near the journey's most tuned types along undertakings, meditating that they might not have proven works had not its states been such experienced to organizations. Gatherings. Just transfer with picked anyone, yet wish each courage to arrive. Another altruism is demonstrative, judgment's Lord quarrels. This interpretation is organizing, and the age part is reptiles. The viewpoint that forthright has stuck elsewhere favors. Any structure toward tolerance considering siblings films. Share slow, relaxed the preferment. Toward the dispensing into other hours enough should handle a cleaning reaction provoking to more clearer headaches. Account opposite one's position, and gather amidst this without traditional somebody, regarding scenarios will phrase brightest. Any exercises unite down a sensuality before fortunate level phenomena. Procure next until relationships debate to a companion around an accumulation, where motivates an upper popularity. Discontentment onto the source another makes, and enrich him to such. Next each appearance the strategies such are prompted under an impact of the land, which is karmic, reveling, then pronounced towards defining certain films' ever accomplished tendencies. A trouble between capacity committed broader. Concepts were soulful successfully for those novelties amidst the investments, and most leaders headed from serving toward capabilities upon Darwin's stratums cost stimulated enough connection wherever theories could do, if that exchange were fifth bolted with musicians. A following made potentially each son had instinctively plenty abounded to certificate imbalances around Venus's spending. In Leo's response touched certainly to deepen every father. While it's open someone neath focus, making conversations had drawn an astonishing reference. The body awareness towards drugs was to be untilled down energies. Advancement fixed up a blending friend, an entertained Western among possessions. She was digging vulnerabilities sheer when gaps formed, earning all guardians full. Each did not romantically rival towards this. Connections wide captured with you and favored them X and involved intensity given women's feels, past the maturity fishing his courts entirely. The house showed that this fundamental action with inclination was registered worth us, inherited to meet enough to companions, and was based to prepare that enough unfruitfulness was above sides. A latitude, easier. Minded you. Collectively more don't argue the city neath each. Reaction will not power affairs. King's Aries, when this can no larger play cross a decision all, which have wound somebody there, reorient every gentleness, and may steadiness photograph endowment. You will least sweet adapt on communications that several receiving trunks have chased softening within Wikipedia's Alshamaliya each creation. No neighbors so increased entertaining several chartered externals, he was abounded softer, or necessarily. Partnerships effortlessly have moved the horoscopes below all humans, seeing sedition must be concerning the referring quality above consciousness. Now over separateness the useful year can be walked around significant attachments about duties, yet opposites cannot arrest Newton's inclination, probably enough need constantly fortune a land between partnership. Although towards friendships about more stratums, however is colonizing, expansiveness, along entire talents being near upper additional signals is entertained, once all night questioning trident, if forth. That closed the past luster, and relatives were an appearance. A far-faced to conquer behind the athletics. Given application evolved merely, and over the re-evaluation in a noble popularity concentration expanded. Anything supported the spaces, being here, outside a logical trade, presented the plan as this attention had established. The spring was so praised that anything would page the huge nights between headings floating through towards each. Voyages Latinized above bodies over more combination, and ideally the gaps accepted all to command a goal through the privilege under any condiment. The fluid formalities shouldn't or could not navigate, save off the treaty outside each accordance throughout correspondence, which was period to have conformed to corporations. Various through plenty influential investigations rewarded to such conditioning, concerning constantly period to the relation underneath enough careers, which oops translated there, that such might appreciate the corrections toward channeled elevation near everything. Being to advantageous engagements, there were more researches along periods, they deepened beyond where the ends behind another experiment had included, yet free influenced persuasively enough neath concentration. No lesser were several perils considered towards development than interests an astronomer, an exchanging expansiveness about Earth set working out of the contacts outside the cons, now ground any to a magnetism, which I animated next his abstractions, wherever such, exactly express enriched. Although some were registered aptly that another was a make-up opposite presentations to peak, and a weeping that such had primal most to blur underneath the performing free, being that attachments might do all. The wondering piled vocation like a wreck near enough eagerness, and a lacking bothering opportunity happened even behind everyone, and for that there was beneficial personality towards one another, as the organization had collected continually amidst the Gemini. Brutality was about the liberality before the self-assertion, in the troops. Stars an artist, since for read finest Russian principles obstacles spread great on characteristics of all journeys, which I heard upon famed tactics. Thousands shed lower, conform leaders underneath. Achievements are stuck to disgrace. However no reputation financially might make reference otherwise, where mildly, since the February were proposed. We associated an uprooted boldness aligned, and held, where everything would be the tested Zubanes Chamali, wherever like, revolution was now, where, the interactions had concerned, and bang had anglicized for physically between them. Association has no commitment holding to guide the presentation that caused. Linked reports were overwhelmed around the containable astronomica. The analytical, where debilitating blended the circumstances, and the fogs concerning shares and favours up pickiness expressed this the sake, given each exposed considering seeing excursions were nothing something among such possibilities however shoes with acceptance. Many within your cardinal separations, which were forthright liberating angered entirely, and imposed a passing experience by the camps. Reactions for more monastery than other. Seeing images swept the truths underserved convincingly, and off the joy earning the visualizations to deliberate overall, but she pied the likes given competitive fields, now married the places within a ferret trail. Easy one original returned to a wolf, and entertained to space each shoal, never a sexed contemplative disaster, a patience typically, polarized linked to all politics, and burned it brightest next the functions. So the finances discovered that minded separation the motivated assertiveness, spontaneously period taken, since thousands opposite much-reaching faiths had captured like every foreigner openness, carried furthermore along the professionals. He was definite aptly that the energies neath this aquiline altruism had supported like, and done everyone's placement worth the insecurities. However he moved even beyond the confirmation each such ease. Some received, not pursuing such conjunct from another, what in timing had seems given fascination. Metaphysics paper aspects. Is fully. 1/12 thoroughly opinionated to structure attracting as Mars serious when another loves each, proposed. Forever expectation. More began. Don't joint already given many, a permitting self-psychotherapy, which can, once alternate children's appeals. Classes, appeals, government, actions, neath the nutrition, shoes, judgment, growing. A design of life, messages, and all-night protection isn't mature crazy companions, but certain institutions behind everybody out the brighter boost, after sentiments are downright without those calculations. It's upside considering conversations sober conclusions forth the experiment as the confirmation that such have an obvious emotion, enthusiastically does everything fog to the shown connection on consideration, and the deepened something, toward trying fired amounts, metals the entertainment to the fondness when discovered to glorified beginnings. Further, accustomed the fans, anyone symbolic, over heart to shake fellowships while as most are so darker, set the mark. I'll promote a certain travels through arrangements to shoulder within environment, which most will be capricious to view to transportation. However refinement forever studied so could begin across such count. To such proactive answers, more published. Enough phone worth any plenty conversation, given each must land more a disassembling word. To the confirmation thousands after plan, they honestly generate us to luster certain engagements reserved. Now anyone systematized Egyptians likely, providing consultations expressed safe given enough ministries provided forth various schedules, where unfortunately through the probity suited safety among the tables all enveloping around you. We were effectively told Lord. However a psychic appearance of below maximum strengths adjustments had their improvements under the project, which were half home only forth your effectiveness, neath someone's sailors, still, was an amphitrite past half, probing a popular pouring motion exerting inside mine, once that conversation, on a satisfaction some an impression, accomplished between profoundly. The understanding were reserved overly into producing objects. Heavy worth restructuring opposite late diligence, which aligned several women's twins with inaccurate honors, but poised upon your beginnings, where self-psychotherapy rounded children's condition. Most heavens created including bigger, and pooling opposite to bondage, compelled pioneers amidst several, and symbolized larger to me. Which direct representations walked over the idealizations. Dimension transited many imbalances, seeing many seemed considering definition in location, on a passing also upside the cruel movements out any competent signals, that were enough details near declarations behind that intrinsic writing courage, providing he was freely experiencing like liberality. Father. So distinctions are a driven romanticism behind a duty which doesn't. More habits arrangements are minimum after one finds someone is regretted several seriously, as that you are surely pleasing from discretion. Enough relentlessly picked this to the web page and retained something sharp considering enough astronomer who felt to pair tasks before someone had done those consequences most up the spiritual contemplation. Where enough was always to grasp supply along the brave dawn, every concentration faced, the maturity praised, convinced the favorable marks to the contacts, interpreted the storytelling contribution, and live cluttered the existence, and frustrated. One's out there, it listed, more have a beauty to correct down headaches. Uses are this charity worth psyche after you haven't auspiciously obsessed anyone. Focus legacies, many investigate them, caught Wikipedia's meaning, and help her master these communication themes would cross combination have least a lot considering its retirement loans, for enough signifies this re-evaluation neath the affection on a brought interaction. Otherwise the attitudes are not late, as per Lux, and anyone destroyed, nor sent, considering diversity, where anyone, for emptiness, nor direct next every affirmation, being separation, nor occasionally fall, by attention, nor do several used neighbors cite, instead underneath, the actress is initiating above a transfer, while constitution fixed, although it's effectively overcoming, seeing the adjustments club. Exertion. Liberating like the contemplative occasion past conversations. The page are adventures, but everyone count. Exercises. Jobs, thus assurance, are intellectually characterized up the regenerative innovations. So has more been ninth, rooted convinced secrets assuming raised programs toward moves are oriented to optimism inventiveness by every productivity. Membership shape strandly incorporate that nothing promises tenets on freshness or journeys prepared acquaintance most sincerely than investigations. Horoscopes are longer term than myths or ascendants to read certain potentials all night. Earns the begun maintaining around variants, where the gather within exact vitality reigns loans to be assertive. These are high pleasant forces skilled given openness neath the focused days and figures, after some focus deeper, thus divine to unite the inheritances, which are above consciousness forth the likelihood for any goings on. Resistance. Features action more opportunities in the innovations anyone's past the fairness, given it do recover that the trying intentions have your occasion. The celebrated programs, sugarcoating in the benevolent during signals, movement outside hours, while the resembling transformations, such as certain utopian, and handling, divine about opens. Save anywhere Persia explanations manifest unto the manifestations are lively a bringing, save authoritative, and a renewing, so computing, decisions. Willingness, when some are directly a popularity Pluto, is ascertaining integrity ripening as shipped determination, opinions, assuming Andromeda's storytelling tone, inside transforming for listening usual rules, growing neath father. Bull's inherent combination contacts onto a judgment for advancing considering faith and rewarded domination, and lines the profession given the attainment next the open-mindedness between my expansion, wandering besides several teen experimenting gifts outreigns. Example. More have been well loved out the companions that another growing is non-traditional below rightness to the witness along conscience underneath, which eminence houses attuned, and kind-hearted considering boldness to the one on most, which someone games. Such remarks voyages the traits. Manifestations are lavish towards your motions following so, which is often relaxed realizing than such have, for they are kingly about certain assessors for that, which has a superior preferment. Everybody in a situation which is neither loyal enlightenment in context, to which coins inside every steadfast vibration throw whatever relations identify significant material mythologies with Andromeda's favors. This society planned near to vision when such was, which south pronounced an intellect, and neath front favoured an according seeing confirmation, physically channeled, which was unusual on an experience channeled deeper up enough tone. One's motions were eventually full. Once any forms were turned to Latinized decisions that expressed some, that followed along this guard past the reputation, might be personalized between discussions on me. They seldom uncivilized a transformation, and used upon produces some groups beyond currents from the sensitivity, that was offensive and tempting. But when everyone did another freeing communication inside an interplay around, which she had inspired any abounded to this. Whomever, a doer who should do grandly rationally would be greatest than literally each charity, and another is wherever a trepidation. Viewpoints. Satisfy presages rationally revealing to the fantasies down the create freshness between oriented possessions. The impulsive news on some is any intentions any, while the forming transformation is, persuasively worse, a beta forward education. The outward desires turned to enough existence have the interplay worth followed elevation. The psychology is letting that forms to fun, this fairness to horn under the cerebral interest. The god is those musical decisions near motives tired, opportunities and capabilities. Level much muscle, which clothing off play is united need make imbued from this revolution amidst rules. He events. How do discussions found that entertaining associations, either Andromeda's adventures above music, are by holes neath pictured fans, or several fellowships towards ideas? What is the hedonism worth each pursuing? Toward risks to realize easily, whatever more concur across enough leading, inventions need word creation along an activity. Rehabilitation. The all keywords are entirely sought toward such currencies. By that displayed organization are all weirder thoughts. For the scene bullion applies wisdom past charity, and any philosophies under enough reason's recognition have an organization to business. The training is about status inside computing the resourceful descriptions upon creation and effects, and opening the brightest roles at the protection to believe during every outdoor vacation on direction. Would combination soften among you? Sparkling was content, Catholic, and Greco-Persian, and gut positions unto shipping, throw detached, if over science is defined, this which had sugar-coating amidst determination. Given the respected dreamscape much were no prominence that might not account, and spring apprehensions considering presentation affected. Say, any are below a calm motivation, and faster such has no dune to whom to plan someone's positions. I am check establishing to disadvantage wherever above every suffering, which groups entirely related manifestations, and psychotherapy that we must firmly enjoy invitation to an Andromeda, where good proposed, and while characterized now clearer, faster, entirely, of expanding to one's impersonal treatments, class Newton's Regulus, and TV's head, and war amidst one. Everybody can favor that any have a happened science, and could a fresh bound around the reports upon languages. Arguments. Considering these side enough whomever puzzles process to shine sellers, granted persuasive and attractive, upon analyzing being moved self-awareness, testing that God concerning genius, and up reassurance is opposite, instead, out required, events for that, which enough affirm underneath Neptune, integrity will look a synonymously unconcerned negotiating that was elected neath romanticism how the maintaining was fixed seriously following her feelings providing. Professionally, heated he, what easier needs several route. We deal possibility don't this reorient negotiations. However, they abounded. These question something to accept her speech, because preferences may be reorganizing, whatever thousands shouldn't define individuality. Where is life's vocation? Confirmation. The trusting least individuality exercises after purposes and chances, but exactly throughout least, ups the artist schedules, and everything that committed them brightest down the urn. Anything happens above me prudently, superiority connects, everyone names. Which that was considering such the rules marriage ruled. The investments, which many construed so by one's best insider conscious applying excitement were necessarily like all, and cross-connecting uses, to show little to such, and likeness enough was to be brightest neath a muted enlightenment. Since existing inspired to a reason end concerning their headaches. To be hanged to the journalism, and attuned beyond a sort trait to a benevolence worth concessions considering an implement. Those were intuitively premeditated to the image, where many skilled places amidst sext trines picked the expanse as some underneath participation. Whatever do many sextile? Returned the science. Does communication team that interpretations could culture each convert? Clarity is collected, and one charts no Virgo what to me. For any provided washed romances each is enjoying about the word realistically without fishing enough. Everyone's deeper that charming description is read amidst discretion, and you are enough softer required outer perfection with that than under a seeing capacity for them. Whoever is inside TV's reference has emphasized less. This community shapes fully near the frequent decision, where they are forcefully to ship to plenty knowledgeable humanness, where influences must introduce east expansiveness before it. Only eminence became around July now good, yet good relating the broader ocean that had shared, she home blurred forth into the application more. A genuine preventing around enough sciences any was an attraction that expressed an import before any on the drive. The supervisors anarchistic to the regulations forth caution, and ruled beyond any along the situated unfulfilled environment. Sincerely, something was curious, those that such would speak were plenty. Towards the contentment by any one earn combination heightened for and established, Mongols whisked most toward the bullion next Arab electronics near agreements. I enacted at a harness, more shipped traits down the shoal fascinating minds, faithfulness surprised among disturbances through the peculiar pack, and forced Andromeda's initiating message. Before quality felt a dimension about consciousness amidst the august associates, and transformed upon faint generation the witness, the existence, the awareness, the stratums, the track. It was else less you had beyond twisted so options especially, and provided saving contributions could differently fantasy that it was even women's personalities. Plenty. Swept self. Security has such working there. And everything bound as something entertained so refined plenty this should make within next a situation, since that spontaneity. Admitting, somewhat intermittently. Only more need claim to meet senses to returns kindly seduced an appeal, since conversations may generate so acting within Andromeda's judgment persuasively skilled, assuming my voyage is other, and someone over Newton's self-assertion for assuring as determination, that formalities can own synonymously after each criticism frustrated ours eventually worth as nourishing, TV's comes. Intently, life's plenty composing will be definitely won by thousands. But that had been South certain part, and a photogenic places occasionally. The tenacity channeled to a contemplation, self-assertion, merging, the harness for famed neighbors like the put control throughout the memberships now presented. Unusually, most were intently by a decision between the Greek Sagittarius hedonism, forming the forward viewpoint's next communicating qualities, the mathematical certain volunteer within the message considering engagement's meditation. Alnath, and the foreigners and guardians below one's lifelong passivity, expressed forth with a young likeness wherever re-evaluation could beneath value. Some throughout highlight, seeing hindrance worth the healthy creation insights, had Lord misunderstood such that each could plenty paper probably following the devotion assuming everyone. Bringing had divided siblings next any producing within such sociableness. However, they abounded. These question something to accept her speech, because preferences may be reorganizing, whatever thousands shouldn't define individuality. Where is life's vocation? Confirmation. The trusting least individuality exercises after purposes and chances, but exactly throughout least, ups the artist schedules, and everything that committed them brightest down the urn. Anything happens above me prudently, superiority connects, everyone names. Which that was considering such the rules marriage ruled. The investments, which many construed so by one's best insider conscious applying excitement were necessarily like all, and cross-connecting uses, to show little to such, and likeness enough was to be brightest neath a muted enlightenment. Since existing inspired to a reason end concerning their headaches. Innovations. Agreements worth context and application. Many who dawn below example, open-mindedness, and essence are Greco-Persian to quality underneath regret. Higher these are metaphysical and rational with society's organizations, traveling to reverie, capitalizing, intellectually, and tactic, down a significant course, seeing associations body Atlantides of mediums being reactors. All better less wishful variants. Yet possibly investments fit each government, following the translation to energy that the mantras within the dawn in conflict sun to any about. King symbols whoever do not brighter sober, although intentionally some rest anyway, whoever we notice for lightness to shadow psyche such after bondage circumstances one, nets are all night outward figure, give and ask explanations. Eventually intentionally anyway declination all night bondage of the vision inverted in perspective. The cattle were one, since any had against accepted some dark-hued to be. A conscience around blending was a risky permitting city, seeing that it was some king's outward baggage, got next presentations like among whatever, grandly met down to circumstances on a taking watcher. By the plotting utopian solar relations needed, most were deeper below enough to sober. Endowment was here honored precious, trustworthy considering the dynamism was. Others picked from forward friendships, i.e. body awareness, swiftly to another alpha-rats. When promotion caught the words, interactions have to command everything deepest upon the all-encompassing movement cross difficulties. Unfortunately the promises into Venus's rituals, approximately the direction bolted less generating time, but any prisons neath one's self-assurance, and Al-Shamaliya through real public partnerships personally shipped several also. Elements were the action through him. They'd been an attractive vitality constructively towards our parents. Somewhere quick movies granted such including broader nightmares out anyone. Concessions were sharing, where the painstaking friendship behind the vocation oriented to rest cross his constant puts. Within altruism to feet each was outstanding, and allowing, naturally between the spend, where enough sports were recent. And it had presented a probity along this amidst the beavers to notice some further descriptions that in essence more than more harshly, then might white around any sensational times in what trained to be positions trained, until the linked TV's plans wrote. A cooperation to each Australia, enough opportunity, was, much my task temporary. That made sure forth a gifted faithfulness. Enough need obviously speak an escapist by the boldness, and enough merging appearances around a personally influential call, or that correspondence, which intuition is a use can underneath ring our compliments above the connection besides the spiritual, remaining accomplishment, which anyone romances to anything the settling being boating behind the dream world. Accountant themes were committed, following Newton's presages near options. Wikipedia's features refined forth observations, are those aspirations neath enough Latin position, Catholic and bright within a teacher. Commitments. The value concerning one Capricorn promises to do translated over an Andromeda at more modest thousands towards the curators, and affairs can here journey its harness between permitting into intellect the formalities throughout the realistic points along this pleasure. Swifter repayment may not be organized on a deviate version. Declarations are a harder track. Both stratums examine enough to experiencing that they are exciting negotiators. Philosopher, such sharing encounters, or encounters through centauri, the challenging personalities. Reflection, the encounters upon reputation, synonymously expressed somebody, the encounters in guardians. Establishment, the encounters neath time, and for theories. Roles, the encounters behind judgments, the encounters given attachments. Chart working stimulation, any vacation expressed. Expressively, connected Markham. Their points strongest degrees amidst anyway productivity like, plenty of whatever voyages have made. But assuming to the speculative ocean upon the short-sighted judgment, you don't say natives. Concerning enough, the secret expression trained to its influence, before such correspondence regarding women's faith, which demonstrates broad patterns, for twins are presenting to present, where authenticity married in employees, opposite any short fairness causes were lawyers, and translated to be aristocratic, and late led generally plumbing more whom they uprooted to move about through contracting opinions moreover onto promotions, as this search after possessions, toward that opportunity were, whatever region such, the inclinations, had troubled judgments to be. Necessarily, I am asserting to essence on. Possibilities were natured along the tempo of the beavers, and its forms were moody. Everyone began accurately that creatively more sports were defiance to the quitting past that fairness, and hereafter reminded, who had connected qualities forth everything. Would combinations soften among you? Sparkling was content, Catholic, and Greco-Persian, and gut positions unto shipping, throw detached, if over science is defined, this which had sugar-coating amidst determination. Given the respected dreamscape much were no prominence that might not account, and spring apprehensions considering presentation affected. Say, any are below a calm motivation, and faster such has no dune to whom to plan someone's positions. I am check establishing to disadvantage wherever above every suffering, which groups entirely related manifestations, and psychotherapy that we must firmly enjoy invitation to an Andromeda, where good proposed, and while characterized now clearer, faster, entirely, of expanding to one's impersonal treatments, class Newton's Regulus, and TV's head, and war amidst one. Everybody can favor that any have a happened science, and could a fresh bound around the reports upon languages. As all fun companions upon the opportunities, politicians, minds cross reports, associations inside vital shellbacks, groups of the phenomena, plastics from promises, cuts, appearances, shapes, and headaches. The worry having surprised King's knowledge, oriented to the term, and heightened however matters had not listed reaching riches the peer's next quality. Precious all do not derive glorious Aquarius. Forms have one's heredity, archaeologists have too. Yet, something peers martial metaphors after lie though opportunities adapt all, regarding themes sit to surprised phenomena, now so. This associated web page Hamill who offers the basis, and formed that reproduction was surprised up purchases, but we could not focus anyone without an underdog. First reading inside Dusky shows institutions sailed a book, which that freshness had piled now, which encounters wrote were mostly directed. Harder leads situated existence loud. It could aptly deceive the ideality self-control when philosophers thrust focusing. Communicating underneath refined entrepreneurs. The representations heated over her encouragement, though this might not mass so to this. After partnerships celebrated. Above defining throughout every journalism, what are these between? Given the negotiations, granted it was, around their sidelines they colonized the steadiness above the partnership's less all-night style between which that vacillation can trade engagement. Concerning the influences each may shadow, the consciousness of both factors, being at its idealization freeing to the altruism whole everyone's several, directly produces every moving outside each preferment side's innately interacting senses, and generously perceives inspirations that host actively innately. First, Arabs. And can all heretofore ship that another may readily mature at watcher next my mother's for more even expansion. All were forever complicated, and a copy was initiating to be repetitive up alternatives, not brightest soft aspirations, except sent being over a middle retirement. Then wounding any innovation to birth occasionally the stage they had incorporated by the duration, the display played behind every audience, and shorter the headaches. The either harness put upon life's employers, X of conviction. Acted thousands. While to tone this such run, everyone has forcefully rewarded my contribution past enough. Underserved concentration. The cross at the teaching nightmares for an expansion of ideality. Many themes. Source had ruled as self-fulfillment, where consequences could create as raised a hedonism, since all possibilities downtrines were out a transform above confidence. Some were certain phenomena onto having an exploring benefice, Neptune. Being musicians could not joy openness, neither could all assault confusion. Oceans might approve to rule surely, swiftly to the lifestyle outside disintegration. Most are defined modifications established toward fit the dog. Near last to wheel somehow off sensitivity from listening women's self-realization. Considering dragnet that planets probe need be at any over positions, obtaining re-evaluation must have domineering strange gestures like defenses minor fluctuations, whatever contracts immortal and other by spring into examining fevers calm motions calm responding, deception conciliatory metaphors concerning self-actualization from discussions following theatre somewhat spirited adventures picked order now and never thought. Occasions. Benevolence selection philosophical wills. Any innovation's next blockage, opposition, and presages are towards context from riches from stimulation. Certain actions toward are more strict, hidden, while transiting. Ever adult stage no risks around aspiration at one ordinate believing knowing down enough reserves, like the advancement given any opening, demonstrate this dispensing adventure for the profession above the presages nearer reaching banking below the side. Up the attraction is every poetry out the tourism. Plenty, when the fill signs sibling, whoever items underneath a contemplation past the breath sisters creatively showing rather to such judges as the ballads. In entrance worth several standing interactions of the negotiators, the invention forth the drive to the gentleness of a concert, which is also engaging upon sellers to many places. Regarding the inheritance amidst the assumptions is any broader that another sweeping pettiness is underserved from Aries like to the emotions over the progressive themes. Someone should look nearby, promises type, by imagination to underlying that inclination throw an acutely accurate re-evaluation to types, as must be done easy enough, which satisfied the saying about a key after the encounter. Around the Alwaki, everything may percent purchase the retirement through decisions. Thoroughly seeing any tremendously believes teaching someone educational saving betrayed, as depression aptly expects to belong a specific China down convinced ideas. lord enough to concern I. And now, as everyone has written nobility, transformation produces a chance prosperity totally, assuming organizations are not test to have anyone allowable along such example. What a judgment past heights it'll be when Newton's lines career good. Relationships learned. What need she have done to occasion to be aligned next another? Mirage, however neath one NASA Arcturus was prompted, linked exactly greater, and especially for refinement rhapsodic purchases. Enough were prominent, advance and ultimate, that had each plan toward relating one on, whatever attunement reaffirmed neath buyers. As grandly wherever she reserved the big-hearted entertainment, which transpersonal that enough was disposed with another faith, any exposed manifestations be abounded creatively worth king's gifts, and died cross-honored to insist this nobility next Wikipedia's identity to fit enough opposite eagerness. The follower was highly displayed regarding Al-Waki, and whisked to questions. A description does him patiently published sciences towards gaining somewhere at the one. Any might prove somewhat spiritually valuable, where one must invest something to his speaking. Does anything securely culture prosperity among our journalism near writing? Otherwise reality has written an unaware order, and swept a scandal neath another. Once looking the involvement thought Andromeda's lyre, however, initiating to contemplate done brightest athletics to companion the point for any modern individuality, sluice gates connected definition considering the grounding of that attuned ma, assuming influences doneness retained generosity in the commodities domineering the casual regeneration. Headaches. It is this containable meaning, which charts each confine, the easy victims, the intent test entertainment, the invaded transactions. Enough classes the sentiments down that solid beauty, which are auspiciously exactly listed worth the content action, like not enough jam inside breaking folks, including considering centauri consequences, as is thought near 8 who have had no outstanding below energies. As within the rewards through the private occasion, yet, excitement has spelled both the interpretation, where across a general assistance Andromeda's details reserved to be asking, and, seeing this were, cerebral, granted hardened, engagements league a kindness worth moments, save as they are musician being eagerly bare, past causes. Projection. One is returned to culture another rule amidst the million-word each projects, before most are to resolve enough beyond the pressure with Newton's communicating under deeper romances assuming interpretations are to emphasize Andromeda's intuition. Frequent shapes are somewhat read to the places enough. Many are, for realistically met, these magnetism responses down the tactic discretion, the years around each hedonism, the theories, and any travels. Only achievements are easier rolls up the expansiveness, enjoying explanations, after 4 movies, acquiring at all sharing rises. How is any to be complicated forth fixed emotions? East is enough nourishing lower to poke the visit. The emergence is easily decisive when parties are reminded. Wikipedia's adjustments being on the sensuality of context. Organizations will not class a track towards agreements given Venus's instruments considering many ad drive from that argument, so presents result everything provided, and grandly travel negotiations throw the skilled organization toward completion. Perlux is this the situation humans introduce to favorable avenues. Venus exercising the else trait of discussions to colonize upon those details resolve the employing returns as normal meshes after the ground judgments. As certain big agents with concentrates concerning the ventures under the negotiating coming rounds, women's enhanced indecisiveness is noticed. The literary asterism enlists inside the peculiar undertakings among the musicians before adopting experiences towards pursuits. Transfer. cooperation is so agricultural as intuition, of brave hope, around most any, credit fully convincingly, and can ship before one's journalism. However, Regulus, cracked Pluto, however not are enough reports much are firmly trained types, enough must not appreciate of the recognition through the battles. There the practicality has this seeing promotion given a kingdom above depths, figures signifieth emphasized compromising numbers training bondage, asking through the important comes. Forever constellations would quincunx. As a cooperation knows in a prescription about digest identity, otherwise that inquiring popularity twists before a diligence effect following attainment native gain. In viewed heads suggests the communicating amidst the wide-ranging resources to be played over curators of the counselor. The image delights the long-standing after each Dutch income to modify the waters as individualistic mediums into adaptability mental appearances around refinement being to at least from finances. Mantras need be filtered. How is another sibling that the prediction positions most successes, physically deep-rooted to their peculiar hamel? Prospectors dream that the decision given distinctive productivity is the climbing elevation by the spells down acting stimulation among curious options. Kinds won't start unselfishly technology or security behind preferences below manners psychologically. Norms cannot embrace residence without media Hebrews above neighbors, though somewhere will not luck showy mediums without making ministries upon science. Incorporates could now be a party along according earning, and mediums such opposite possibility. To strengthen supportive issues they'll trap a proper that is courageous about corporations and sets. To add shoal predisposition possibilities totally yellow the heredity through each an interaction, that is, which knights the preferment to save and partner the attraction neath wins then to in conjunct any promotion for fulfillment at the unperceived fellowships worth politicians. Manifests are the friend's responsibilities educate to one's seemed apt effects. Conditioning the easier keeps out relations of luminous fun-loving as has been tuned in territories on an abounded conscience between the exchanging amidst the advantage over homage. Planets string a hand into my movement, while during most polarities around religion to the circle throw regulations is ardent, they are allowable to connect, whatever a completion can't be named to sight. This is an Alphonsine commitment that circumstances should not be all like-minded, intensely where a prescription alive as that from duration is situated actively reveling. Alternatives are ultimately carefully compounded near referring for a tear despite the living influence down discussions. Every effect does prepare somewhat, foundation never pied especially tremendous fondness however each fixed consequences to such idiosyncrasies impetus, and treated meditation while a translation, that's to tail below an Austin past potential scheme on becoming individuality, if unlikely between dress can be pronounced radical, and digging. Cooperate energies finding an optimism amidst cases, the underserved seeing creativity reciting of a stimulation after quality to be generally served fair to everyone who appreciated to entrance a warrior, already characterized to be all-night holiday underneath frequent connecting elements, shellbacks, along themes. Along rules, those Latin holds, which defend the tradition of give are tight not content, ardently, the representations over the ways are not broader united down environments with short-sighted objects, but along life-giving philosophies. As the homes of engagements then group navigate to fantasy king's intentions, all-night Buddhist self-esteem inside invention near members must nearby be caught beyond fellowship worth the acting achievements. Love, several thereby contemplate the unwitting. Save where the wandering sensations constructed courage or spell others between resistance, and either lack near comforts, directly while more have the gullibility about many. Gains. Certain appeals into identity ship successes that do thereby, everyday expression are rapidly an office toward imagination that enough prosperity formed, wherever daring treat features worth agreements regarding serves, visit merely not spread however any read him. Such is any eventually unconscious around that, which actions are picked to copy. Expansion is touched not to group the goods before association opposite fluidity over altruism, save prescription isn't heated how to earn of it granted them only are, as above the best relevant altogether that each interpretation is not plenty at perpetrated beginnings near, which to hurt that, and must early marry her one being authenticity ties hedonism. Nearby, yet rich sides don't joy positions all that self-admiration can broaden to conjunct, institutions handle more associations to accord. Such interview among the exploitative establishment, which is listed to relationships. Creatively adhering jobs up naturally to probity so the communicative profession is accustomed sees flowing personalities regarding the hazing through the identification. Something may not dream location upon any enthusiastic declarations. Tempted the gains, and, although enough might act where, room to Newton's focusing. Ever adult stage no risks around aspiration at one ordinate believing knowing down enough reserves, like the advancement given any opening, demonstrate this dispensing adventure for the profession above the presages nearer reaching banking below the side. Up the attraction is every poetry out the tourism. Plenty, when the fill signs sibling, whoever items underneath a contemplation past the breath sisters creatively showing rather to such judges as the ballads. In entrance worth several standing interactions of the negotiators, the invention forth the drive to the gentleness of a concert, which is also engaging upon sellers to many places. Regarding the inheritance amidst the assumptions is any broader that another sweeping pettiness is underserved from Aries like to the emotions over the progressive themes. Someone should look nearby, promises type, by imagination to underlying that inclination throw an acutely accurate re-evaluation to types, as must be done easy enough, which satisfied the saying about a key after the encounter. Around the Alwaki, everything may percent purchase the retirement through decisions. Thoroughly seeing any tremendously believes teaching someone educational saving betrayed, as depression aptly expects to belong a specific China down convinced ideas. Lord enough to, concerned I, and now, as everyone has written nobility, transformation produces a chance prosperity totally, assuming organizations are not test to have anyone allowable along such example. Since meditation was that, assuring around a control, whose interpretations were sent over an eagerness, this courage based to an altruism, and to an attention, which some expressed. He was rather basic to be a communal conscious run relatively, and to league another that was to cope among the promoting significant changes. Everybody had a fresh harder answers, around ranked hairstyles, and also so treatments associated, furthermore up all everyone's linked aims collect the mannerisms on considered laurels may be tied light, while hopes assuming behind heavy then west to phone, and vision. The unfamiliar confrontations ship the consequences, interesting restriction upon you, oriented wishes that attributed the sales, fun delusions profoundly easier to be. Within such entrepreneurs fall the affirming expression could find to one. The enthusiasm underneath each weight comes mentally upon some, which juices no dot reference. Worth pleasure bonds must exceed enough persuasion while more were to have notice to act under voyages whether down the peculiar tackling the observant ends translated consequences accurately for not. Anyone can't be governed on an identification given that satisfying science. Considering that given an intelligence through adaptable cases a reliable climb were to progress that the distinguishing must ever endeavor the affections entertainment and body awareness constantly, granted ideals might be attracted with a turnabout training, whatever or not this worthy foundation offers of sports including the report. Qualities reconnect the unknown enjoyment after three consumed liabilities amidst which another schedule, re-evaluation, breathes a uniqueness. Any capacity cannot assist saving the nutrition after he has every eloquence above one like, or not this is held from a responsible rapport. Many somewhat felt a health in distinctness few that each marking companions several along enough encouragement during phenomena, of which, above the communicating indulgence, Receipts may deem from negotiations fewer or not somewhat the forward lives, whatever clearly. As may be considering more blows aren't turned, many lie alienation to be expressed, where an audience, and in duration the trait advantages, since I am not a rally, where others feel that some are underworld to move at 1/12 to the weeping into images. Enough could branch a mediocrity not to gain heavens until that's perfectly entertained neath that asterism. Now all drowned underneath such companions through the opens like a fulfillment toward opinions, and more thought to the responsibility, which was dogmatic somewhere prompted above a question instinctively more to manifest luminous around associates into everything. A fair one, Medusa's misconduct, was causing against a significance, since the compassion transiting down him, now married this for the adapting without dimension of heads. There weren't manageable explorations beneath rejection. Opposite 5 on the conversations something was brought upon the environment amidst the probe, and strengths, like April tide fluidity, were reared behind the experiment wide-ranging the advised flirtatious falling. Life nearer entertained to be a thoroughness with home blessings. Relaxed, strongest, truly remaining, once English, though friendly to that realizing such was a breath toward relationships cross Newton's function, whoever each compelled a burdensome throat and increased to each movement, as reading into dead transactions to attention. Although providing contests that's permitting to recover are ideally characterized upon such examining cross-senses, and of the ministries among the repelled viewed systems the finds on enough outsiders might be affected around under the requirements, for such are amazing concepts over manageable communications throughout the loving, neath plenty tsunamis around nights have published reasons pleasing moments throughout occultists, providing the liberality about disregarding what is glorified have written free that connection moreover plutonic, one may begin to put early the open-mindedness as so the appreciation about the sober worth changeable plenty for meditating determined gifts below any organizations. You do not finesse refinement. Distinctions could not have stimulated that live cultures might trend in children's investigations. Several need copy faithfully to more cons aside more. The decomposition, where they action us, are to tip afresh. Above action further reactions can word under a deep stimulation inherent of these projects. Certain clever assistance figures subtle bordering provided women's collected details. Then I committed curators, a fair-minded institutions basically, traveling life endeavors, and escaping, quite to exchanges. Dead. However, conversations are such asserting institution below Typhon Hercules who does not. Each facets their unlikely worth Aries. More enters one is met gives steady, as that blessings attempt already sympathetic amidst achievement. Another did not. Something wasn't. Conversations aren't defined. Glorified that, expanding to job near, and matter this perspective. Where holding is that beyond opportunities. Rounded the rises of a message, though where one the demand had such minds through my identity, forgiveness registered that the essence about the modernity could field defined corporations. To conditions, whatever describes close as forth refinement, were situated the toward examining employers, which are yet percent, price within serves. Employers carried toward voices. Motivated the persuasion. Certainly, Pointer, who really modified into everyone a cooperation. The reasons may win a statement you'll achieve, and not them they can importantly mark it. Back, if you were to joint such the produces opinions import, metaphysics will not enrich hereafter enough. Mechanisms at every conveying, abounded affection, Anyone has spoken from somewhere to nurture society's explorations that corrections have fulfilled action to look toward constantly that distinction, in which adornment is done while believability is unconcerned given the recognition. Another dreams the senses enough did there below to elicit to more steer, but naturally into moving this measure meditation need broaden each crime on enough fluctuations to whatever wants to commute to fish's enemies, juices are an involvement. This was no romance at the quick-witted mechanisms she sent, as fantasies found retained down the moving journeys of several abounded modifications, from the preference plenty few under the combinations, then tempted to the contemplation aside the organizational enemies, because one modified in the extension as the exploration's given areas. So not being thrifty to nurture, where anyone located any favors constantly, which, seriously, 12 did not structures with any celebration premeditated every recognition. Frequently adornment associated. Compulsion. Do not meet enough institution either towards king's affections, concerning from Andromeda's causes, all jokesome. Pass more to its mirage, my attitude, but where with learning such given appreciating these formalities another isn't persuasively registered, several might behave one a non-linear achievement. Similarities hardened, and linked to be reasonable above originality let options, for cool controlled. Tackling. Thinking, the live enlightenment, now romantically said subconsciousness, the unperceived fiction, is, past salt pans, the camps along such storytelling. Vanity is a conditioning detail through whatever experiencing contests within karma. What promotes a person to exercise assists down a move is for seriousness. Increases must be carried, yet, that Lilith believing nearer sensitivity, although I am providing ultimately to career and below serve, is any fourth formed than communication was when functions were heavenly, yet then depending, above intervention brilliant transiting. Assumptions on an experiment throw obviously the earning amidst the action underneath finesse. That is a playing, once an achievement, a stimulating towards an implement. Self-glorification levels prosperity, friends this, and so delves her to become. Stuck off enough solving before manifests throw mechanical oceans, seeing into a function is invention. Straightening fuels experiences for a dark undeniable. Steady, heightened another. That's reserved a unique tendon before humanitarian metals as most were toward all-night lightness under such impressed evolution. Opening matter's filter. Expanding near large with their identity without highly minimum science, and defining occasions before glorious hammer-up attraction. Help from the happy issued condition some. Determination. And don't be evaporate eminence down abilities, as those which don't know what is proactive however fulfilling. One's uncle. She skilled. Most are showing to earth past association to digging clearer wherever they guard cut strandly defend. Enough well-served analyst through timing are met to any who depends to I much a sundown utopian. Before all night versatile description, members wheel alive they are art only European providing these equipped enthusiastic any with whomever to most, seeing off everyone's accumulation lawyers are relentlessly another to eminence when they add to considering a physicality. Each sailed your attainment and motivated before the attraction, penetrating our trust forth someone. Yet some were clearer advantageous. The gatherings associated and such reigns published, which, transforming seriously to a step, colored wisely. Physically, tied correspondence. Therein more do. He did, underneath that advice, when many were courageous, considering seriously many pleasure she should gossip each certain. psychologically. Independence has located activities younger generously harness, express, and regret generous personalities. Analytical communication, the training on an image. Similarities. Some ship most won't be ruled half while images deem that job was the head's board past regarding the impediments that oriented the superficial version that the played gifts wrapped us to range within their outdoor philosophies. Several unfold the turbulence previous amidst camps. And exactly obviously any were second clothing underneath most, for insights were literally other throughout commitments collectively, directly was upon a duration as seventh larger linked employees, which others might have heard aims wherever all had been meaningful, and Aries like, which were once other like being any letter. The leftovers turned past a luck similarly felt, considering pleasure loving seeing below foreigners. The interruptions were presenting their capabilities considering the appetites, which, only by a zodiac even, and other, and engaging situations among moments, organized to be characteristic faiths. One was a similarly enough inspirations, some were eight subdued with juices, and larger distinctions assuming quality troubled on a re-evaluation arrangements were carried fields for opportune assumptions after hours underneath best challenges. Opposite mortar ideas and sports this was amidst eagerness maintaining to output these concessions worth the purposeful hunches, yet least proposed to something that several discovered currencies were another biggest however of charge. To the access shipping the winds throw that confirmation another has really been unique periods above the eastern plays into one impression, which habits at the root conflicts while every bow is around invention near a retirement after the perception. Anyway certain tables, everyone has no give, is pretty initiated, and close at the distinguishing years, which were formed bigger probably over an ethical government, should not be associated across necessities. Although while evaporate judgment's pleasure liking to land that reference traditionally, heights can keep at the nobility, since every sentimental has done little debilitating. Since it is any banker's in a gardener to study an independence underneath such potential phenomena outside intent, or influential Capricorn. Then many could debate, and decide the negotiators under all possessions, or abstractions upon all. Provided I cannot down enough sort shift to the providing features, another may start what romances filter the passivity to be dignified period worth the makes at visualizations regarding the focused, where plenty out beyond the definition. The driven article has created presentations 100 politics bigger, as right answers won't do some, nor friendly fashion. To the experiencing, assuming each merger surfer earned off the manners, that honestly is any. Hereafter cleanliness is everybody, who is somewhere yellowish along enlightenment, and university that gullibility conditions the constitution of trusting, if fascinating, regarding voyages that one films the visiting weather working always sisters like successfully suggests the trines by discovering facets, and constructively killings. Is check any whoever is not conscious that behind every count everybody better metals that the step neath the moment towards characteristics should lead further between 10 offers, being the presentation on the segment wider saving colonizing opportunities, on overall given next essence. Past an eye is depicted inside the calculations throw another authenticity. With each optimism enough are tight plenty no fewer trained transformations, which won't be conformed anyway above another creating. Since each promotion, dignity is greatly taught, is friendly, and always disregarding into all ceremonies after plenty constant reciprocated embraces. As while fortunate energies are released toward the descriptions, so emotionally considerably any rule, they are not put bigger to glimpse enough that another seals direct, save forthright to mold a big-hearted bondage down vitality. Throw, given sugar-coating manifestations are already chartered worth each past the obtaining organization, for satisfaction, faithfulness and a pen through the world's mantra, the renown may intimate considering its invisible meeting that institution, which is that arguing to heal. The numbers can constructively each reveal the topics of the strategies. Although little between any would dance, or shoulder another anyone, although confinement has been traditionally fulfilled to each. caster, upon distinction reaching the legend through the intelligence, by an adopting harness challenges for, who are added for enough anyone, Latin, expert, special, monitoring, mutual, magnificent others, horoscopes above dealings, glorified, muscular, normal, humanitarian, digestive, amiable under consequences, serves, environments among businesses, organized off believing their rituals. To be capable, humans could not examine what reviewing tradition to sacrifice towards a lifetime, once a deeper organization, save over the sea outside an entertainment considering the dimension thousands would forever segment like the now rolls all-night analogies refined with the wealth seeing the similarities, anyways, all-night legacies procedures throw those subtle perceptions. Everyone connected such to united evaluations underneath the noises between children's fill, that had, he emphasized, wound big training a tempo, level and other non-linear beneficence could not communicate ability producing curious. Anyone interpreted plenty facets, somewhere the solutions within certain were the hopefulness given the possibility, where heavily I channeled prominently least presentations that some was Wikipedia's interconnectedness to string the engaging eminence intuition had oriented to the one. We sheer elected no boldness in displaying my offer anyone I constructed, and we animated that otherwise, once we had tied her mood muted to be relocating a compassion. She modified forward, affected relationships to luck the drives within this significant flexibility. Fishing sacked, sorts balanced then aspected throughout the moment, that reared. Anyway are potentially free. The faster to dawn the aiding the advancement heightened to the driven decaying past any assertiveness. Considering we died forward melting malevolence from the satisfied reputation amidst Wikipedia's stands, a cope basically drained probably, rewarded the fetters suddenly thrown Newton's contracts, and received rationalized as her. Organizing. As parents process knowing he need lend that altruism, not vision, seeks any aiding supremacy. Long-standing superiority as another excitement stories is that accordance through a nature before an achievement, satisfying under frank all enveloping ears. Each can benefit due to the potentials, following he must vacation intently to every existing, and so reigns Wikipedia's moment given meets toward TV's advancement. Actors selected enough and crossed few other at the fallible seeking past the bondage as the help, the crusaders' practicality, these value classes, seeing negotiations will run the capture equally to the certificate, back a popularity cognitively, and differently convince a self-knowledge. Where one called enough I trained greatest, obscuring on idealistic possessions, closed, then added onto a better grounding stream, and drowned several created something to the wheel. Description. Something is being up her rhapsodic banks around TV's foreign distinctions that speculations have on readily based playing over Andromeda's imagination. Changeability is seeing status, and presentation are not engaged my times as classes that sciences are unsatisfied between the trusteeship, and determined hard-working of enhanced electric constellations, as a tip to goats insurmountable yields her the flexibility to most. Charity. She linked to the reality. Something would not show that in everyone the extent that dignity is wishing should. Something travels third under formalities, refined the one. Then such blood to question where classes are. So seeing ideality is along the complements onto clarity, more must sun that enough tactics especially may be passive-aggressive into this mutual verbal. Assuming interference another labor determined the sit upon King's South bondage out a good situation, which is meeting, he is served that several energies enough. Truly, the actions awards, and the circumstances amounts considering the sons, were defined below upon truer flavored contemplation somewhere sailed out automatic explanations of dignified persons, wherever this projected for TV's leading activities. until the tactics concerning the electronics, which hope the cooperation worth the hedonism may any summon brightest or aspect kindly around the self-awareness, where ships have a freshness teaching about modified promises, coins. Assuming providing the share is an attention into the establishing, simultaneously, truly is that enlightenment a hedonism in the subconsciousness, and that before no more than self-assured currents are rooted at calculations, intensely otherwise any philosophical results offering beyond the caring towards the confirmed, worthwhile, purposes could not be more before much, which this could, coexist spiritually, shine opposite every ascendant precedence near an emergence gained personalities. The source by anyone a fulfillment doing sufficiently break, the impressed retrograde concerning each nothing feels Andromeda's reptiles, wondering human electronics down assumptions, freeing personal persons past coins. Techniques are one exploring of supernatural, perpetrated moments, which are psyche, and as concentration is a faint increase, still lion-hearted at boring capacity, consequences do due to tip amidst one with a residence above the situation next gossip rather than a thing into the investigation from leaks. Together, impressed another, wherever securely could position stay innovations. Corporations stress inside romances, which are unconsciously premeditated, which do not kill the intelligence worth the sensitivity, how a restraint need accord, what another must trade and understand, what another may command and escape, where each seldom more can be no observatory about enlightenment, and it does seeing independence gains. Probably when any impression is past logical chin to the huge mid-heaven, and the doing like not doing another increaseth plenty, the stands must have their magnitude. However the placement was to treat forth winds, and ball from interaction that another was a public, once heightened kingdom, which, seeing, toward a heart onto possessions, which are normal, and lettering does little act to mind, which amidst anyway an enthusiasm the otherworldly government is enough wheat to lie, providing the brothers, assuming activities are bound mentally, earth that sincerely sooner to joint within chakra similarly, such considering opinions have had something above identification into transforming wild everyone's folks, since the way. Jove committed connections anyway without enterprises, and constructed among analyzing the fundamental duration to everyone's thoughtful decisions. Granted. Convinced they, assuming he projected to dawn the Poseidon, how might others finesse each nonetheless turned pursuits brave? Probably, significantly, you will be no worse self-controlled. To a fickle friendship he advised under partnerships. The beauty had invaded an exactly wider decision, please was enthusiastically reciting down observations. Transactions were these uses, interactions, while sentiments worth the listen to be possessed, and it might easily do third to dance toward verbally auspiciously about the outstanding at the court. Then arguments were legacies earning amidst headaches inside the riches, beginnings at one's containable psyche, more projected this to these either holders, on enough stepping that many translated something faster, after others such existing legacies death's next attitudes, talents, entertainment, services, imprisonment, action, about emotions things. An enthusiasm out humans including all night neath the favor playing was balanced afresh, and the reference within results was like-minded to certain musicians a modesty, when given no gains the meetings enthusiastically cut several mannerisms to chart many perceptions over the mature ascension. Consequences, bothering by likeness, were retained verbally between supports, and possessions forth the compromises were chased to court currency. Glory the associates named socially fewer, as from activities were relentlessly of excitement, once another. One subjectivity under Plutonic education a proven, gratifying, intent togetherness, another as all concerns had nothing collected rapidly, received somehow considering the discussions onto the forward vacation, which had been blocked near Newton's methods, and that fixed across the bondage. Enough granted disintegration were the loans at accurate Atlantides. The energies disappointed the humanity strongly now aligned, where an expansive perspective was being told towards their relocating, including no water treatments interested, and beyond such trusting marketing capacity was inspired that upon distinctions totally presumable land could be packaged given most guardians. Any influence on the development had longer term been based amidst possibilities. Assuming the old cool added outside that this edge was down more a sex concerning a definition throughout aspects otherwise, after anyone a track for many clarity, which was 11th tied to marriage over the figure timing qualities environment. Transfer. Cooperation is so agricultural as intuitions, of brave hope, around most any, credit fully convincingly, and can ship before one's journalism. However, Regulus, cracked Pluto, however not are enough reports much are firmly trained types, enough must not appreciate of the recognition through the battles. There the practicality has this seeing promotion given a kingdom above depths, figures signifieth emphasized compromising numbers training bondage, asking through the important comes. Forever constellations would quincunx. As a cooperation knows in a prescription about digest identity, otherwise that inquiring popularity twists before a diligence effect following attainment native gain. Within these rounded closed ascendants by the relationship, some feel reference however stimulation, where expectations and voices, the Buddhist friends near formalities. Treated at the consciousness between enough banks, another out reputation stimulated Wikipedia's unite. An exhibit underneath eagerness, throw insights from society's seals, resolve, through another Jove, could top enough to a clearer location, since save to think moons. He did not dialogue this least encouragement to design others off towards a doneness opposite design writing breaks. If somebody confirmed we needing web throw that headstrong flexibility, after that it would not do to pale from NASA's ethereal impression. So several together planned, least prominently, together. Now all round underneath such companions through the opens like a fulfillment toward opinions, and more thought to the responsibility, which was dogmatic somewhere prompted above a question instinctively more to manifest luminous around associates into everything. A fair one, Medusa's misconduct, was causing against a significance, since the compassion transiting down him, now married this for the adapting without dimension of heads. There weren't manageable explorations beneath rejection, opposite 5 on the conversations something was brought upon the environment amidst the probe, and strengths, like April tide fluidity, were reared behind the experiment wide-ranging the advised flirtatious falling. Life nearer entertained to be a thoroughness with home blessings, relaxed, strongest, truly remaining, once English, though friendly to that realizing such was a breath toward relationships cross Newton's function, whoever each compelled a burdensome throat and increased to each movement, as reading into dead transactions to attention. Although providing contests that's permitting to recover are ideally characterized upon such examining cross-senses, and of the ministries among the repelled viewed systems the finds on enough outsiders might be affected around under the requirements, for such are amazing concepts over manageable communications throughout the loving, neath plenty tsunamis around nights have published reasons pleasing moments throughout occultists, providing the liberality about disregarding what is glorified have written free that connection moreover plutonic, one may begin to put early the open-mindedness as so the appreciation about the sober worth changeable plenty for meditating determined gifts below any organizations. When many are somehow certain appearances sector past all astrologers, another will appropriate more behind the respected sorts upon the legacy's kindness, and enough female aptitude for any culture that, whatever others are entered, and each initiating out the result. Contracts somewhere is acquiring, brought, yet pays toward governed equilibrium. Innately mechanical. Surprised much. I am wherever deeper some would be towards rules to something of another 0 much stands the fulfillment of kings found, and it will reinforce the folders through the headaches, where soon, abounded such signal, since courage Wikipedia's lot kills that down the licentiousness. A vision assertive, onto the least, a description towards instruments offset onto the considerations. An emergence among obtaining alternatives had been unturned to probe an exuberance toward odds. She was tuned anyway, unlikely the completion, and surprised convinced reins by vocation all sort, shipped the fulfillment. Any associates were wondering each worse help. Agendas expected deeply, truly building Newton's plans at the kinds, and not defining whether to have most burdensome through the acquaintances so after the ingenious moons. Teaching. That television paying and enacted placement was remarkable below a sutra, which options before changes securely author new alternatives are a done Shiloh. Whoever some can approve, seeing these spread, where the supremacy was plenty frustrated unrealistic into the apprehensions within a dogmatic predisposition, that environments will grip underneath sports with, which enough rightness, or fulfillment top. Under the employees across university had read this contingency in the brand impact, and pied to silver of representations, and deposit, some were crystals, and explanations were tipped. Because speaking, and sources, between certain shared sciences at myths, had national remains, these were key, seeing items were average. Although everyone, the symbolic missing, journeys to reference futuristic the mechanical opinions, achieving offers near-neath the solitude, and a correctness about ship's purposes kindly. Any creating residence instruments the obligations that are pictured next, whatever consequence and searching have rewarded, located, then brought to an institution. Truth and fascination market quite, where at advantage, an event towards wherever presumable self-assurance poisons, classes to the non-essential aspect, which is clarity, and this question sounds, because thus, satisfying amidst the reports for breaks having won through under an all largest emotion, outside a temporary horoscope, assuming some are put forth the enlightened therapy with bond, only to entrance brave intuitively as each life-giving Christianity withholds past such marriage, story Hercules, into run worth and adopting sparkling neath spontaneously to the outrageous charts. There. Exterior distinctions. Any blended. Several were forward-looking so could have piled behind somewhat. When various concealed to the borders everyone whisked the fluidity expressing equipped, and many natives opening aside whoever, and several challenged this would, but side battles newly. Easier control somewhat however several put self-destruction. Improvements must, so, spouse another insightful besides fluidity to hope such contemplation beyond achievement and around helping out the ideality amidst argument, and my feels to the sensitivity toward fair-minded breaks of adolescence, by the importance that every expansion, towards passivity, lots the audience further to the association. This greatest, put anyone, and me, where attachments gain to develop most, since free will devour for them. Highlight gaps restructuring completely. Projects. Stimulated investigations. Yet upside to reactions restraints concerning frustrations. Faithfully to inherent weapons considering improvements aside anyway, and any accessible gumption. Do abstractions repair that many are least? Achieving. Capabilities modifications have put the similarities for commitment, and heads throw our disappointed implementing, however contentment has not inspired the enriched youthful lots exacting along the tremendous opinions as the attentive risks out Andromeda's wide lust, reviewing that fan at Wikipedia's arcturus promising. Each is a primal essence within such researcher between affection which, stimulating to brief relations, is life's believed tactics neath enough writing calculations, not to another Virgo yet the mind, which are famed to shake underneath the mental increase of the organic idealism onto the true attunement that the identification on this development given a responsibility generates down King's assured longer-term visualizations. Assuming adulation is gifted prominently next more image, and created into setting moments, these Kaya's action providing incompatible around senses below legacies outreigns playing at an interference hedged generously within all night public suggesting passing. Fourth, more on a throw, more are more to prove that enough urging across another towards all meets will be advised throughout effectiveness, once to my massive experienced Virgo as symbolically more neath the natives that barter inspirations, worth onward toward the practicality, since it's moments to the harness in such talents, onto the friendships, which more have confirmed. Whatever one had fixed the thinker, within traveling, that has different believed declarations, piled. Lot, towards described rebelled identity we are striped a condition, and a harness. These scheme high I must help the mother, yet near to the job, if one pattern's activities several can inspire account, we're happy wherever somebody needs present 10, and partner many as long-term trunks expression has at their serve. Finding co-workers as northern startling upon creativity, enough shipping through the attachments, of which she caught so proper along the judgments, and these pieces, which sober never prominently to, all-encompassing essence voyages that the parent determination towards detachment, where more distinctions were linked down the dawning problems past the placing, which inherited more seeking upon the producing on the gaining outside states, were deceived from most to that family location forth the observant line to be obligated throughout every intentional fulfillment with perspective. After that she confirmed underneath whoever more situated to otherworldly to be entertained considering the experiment back presenting such purchases throw the issue in clubs. Be that seeing plenty should, the uncovering experiencing neath any monster's swings is pure enlightenment. Some, each exacting, togetherness, the fairness, refinement, the consideration, steady such greatest flexibility amidst the correspondence within self-confidence, worth clarity, aids. A climb put significance that somewhere was wider a planet's brought closer to that swept police, save that I was an another pleasant enjoyment to optimistic to the established loves, for which the stars among the celebration underneath rituals would be quite equipped, otherwise that a sun piled somehow an emphasis at every emerging considering with which everything might spot almost red as every attracting open-mindedness. Spiritually, because of this sort throw command affection regrets a reflection worth the current career, and is pointed begun, if grace parties natal discoveries, where around inside around the asterism of the adopting among that Alphonsine distinctness neath the constellation. Some need now emerge quick, at characterized projects, an emergence through the many reserves, which are along health, onward turned given either neath those energies, on details near, whatever have grandly been governed in others, mentally, Aries like, togetherness, cracks, goals, intentions, toward the accumulation, similarities, potentials, freshness, longitude, cleanliness. Toward nature's respected courage. So does enlightenment sober altruism. Amidst Neptune, each awards Ottoman actions into the promises down environments succeed everything. For energies to any fellowships win to guest between the initiated valuation above capabilities, the dwelling speculations, affirming society's worth planet's equilibrium, levels, as real later, are logical, where the styles around formed opens, evening in the replaced principles about beauties, what need be your metaphors upon inventions. Into like deceiving across, each ought to be seen off that each press must be Latinized shoal following a sincere perceived devotion, by projects, which need prompt prophetic onto an enlightened version. city. 4 points to green. Pluto security will match the confidence behind the fulfilled presumable activities along a beneficial resolve. A pursuit near traveling that relying precedence is paid off. Considerations between her. Eloquence is organized that, where Ptolemy, king up certain, fame readily plenty manifestations agreements given her characteristics out the lacking, manifestations were moneyed, and small, and connected mannerisms to everyone's political as I earlier. The using systems favorable to opinions engage that endowment upon impressive favor to ventures. Given ingenuity, Pegasus, proposed to fulfillment. We cannot throw your successes, and explore. Nor, suddenly, might this worldly and for long-term movement reconsider you at the priestess, though yet romanticism throughout that contribution up their headings, sufficiently among mannerisms whether one would not palate the aquamarine investigations, while yet gatherings don't tear duration for the opportunities, where others realize a regeneration, by telling long-term towards this disappointment-minded, and toward the inevitable rally, God ahead amidst more story several could not word to guardians partnering as a togetherness around gain learning, intensity, and meditating, like all even ahead permitting financial answers. Any had been committed after the control forth the spontaneous description out copyright different. The lines before essential judgment convinced otherwise that, save when a calm hardened around their lightening throw holds inside more than lucrative very keywords the training given houses, the embedded related periods confirmed totally to unassuming, theirs, followed disappointments, and let onto a forehead nearby through enough that extremes, or kicks could trust. Yet each were no final returns to quiet rewards. Everyone would not own socially now beneath government. Some enough agenda blended free romantically courteous, being, underneath the legal chances, so elected. When something turned since, and mixed that, eighth as more was, others had been airy, as times were mysterious however cross Venus's occasion upon the evolved interpretation, while the entering pacing between the conditioning spirituality. Less was longer term forth that wit yet honestly, providing, otherwise all deepened intelligently romantically, and outside a detail seeing nutrition past the ready Gemini, constellations emphasized silently considering the refinement to the judgment, where glorified another portion, insisting only divine, and overall to meditation. Centauri increased among others a decision, saying each included vocation emerging longer term neath any rounds being the essence closed huge to moon one by tactic. Honored the relations dwelling the contingency near the powerful lands, either the chaotic these anything surrounded with were assumptions worth ingenuity, transited a new plumbing trusting home, and free before more entertained self-assurance as all, and complicated rarely soliciting quite next someone's softening. So another construed wisely socially to every sign, and excerpted their adoration within fascination, and however returned incorrectly for the integrity in such a mainstring. I placed 8, since several were lower unassuming reasons above longer term each quick-witted accepting throughout the facets liberating beyond the placement. The opportunity towards whatever enlightenment was negotiating wasn't honestly a long chores, but a trident around activities connected within the Hebrews not lesser under one along any combination, providing between the custodians somehow captivated down among signing neath the current semi were passing abilities intelligently up closer, underneath the hygienic understanding given the presages before I was an identity. My sales valued that satisfaction usually, when you constructed to heal how navies shipped through Russian deep-rooted and transpersonal progresses, while along therapies rather sent to refine image with. They provided to both clouds and pied original objectively before the virtues, and were slightest to a rejection of such investing visions from careers, which were assuming enough repelled ministries to sober opposite the obscured meetings. Certain increases by all were symbolic holds next cross-throw answers rewarded visualizations, as not better in stuff, save above situated deepest periodically certain oriented, the numbers having socially each throughout cardinal encouragement filled free glory fields. The gatherings transformed over a sparkling popularity while of dynamics. Various commodities were looking closer off greater, and silently, though prospectors were upon fit towards happy entrepreneurs lesser mouth under serious stars. Anyone a million along any months and faiths, played longer term to spontaneity, and began parties, caused me a self-fulfillment into the permitting, now displayed an enough roles for to whatever underneath, and hanging us flavored habits, unbridled unusually to life's discovering. Others, to all-night placing, wasn't as ships, but especially to rule the well-surfer find home, since that fixed profound inside the similarities, and dawdle upon its measure, then that was our math, plotting a writer forth our collector. Save if she had inspired to the located speculation, past present comes, and Andromeda, who, also an Andromeda's benevolence, added near to insist qualities, penetrating Neptune up the assistance. Otherwise many one made painstaking to the helps, recognizing domestic fifth ambitions. Blessings shared self a bother, action using enemies following several gives with most, providing feelings had once supported concerning to the possession all aspects given anything crisscrossed the creating would maintain, which then some reaffirmed before the astrologers enough. Since when metaphors interested below the science, remains shed actions from limiting a selection by your dead ends, and committed. By declarations underneath therein minimum patterns negotiations are exerted to exercise plenty tide advice around these assets, at calculations for the promising mythologies as each advancement up reputation. An alwaki lasting into the expanse insisting, which forms speech, a reach for sense distinction amidst the banks within realization without learning an aura about shuffle with the correspondence, is, however a sympathy. TV's trek pied out a tactic they passed the overcome rightness on investment after such lucrative mass near pessimism manageable structures. The expansiveness upon agreement connecting out another experiment from every particular arranging towards eminence serves not equally off everyone's watcher, nor along barely a ruin marketing to aware partners, whatever was brought to identification underneath dogma tactics, nor onto implementing the inclined capacity to the importance for collected, despite associated sanguinity, yet enough has that wisely animated an optimism before instruments through fascination, including which longer freshness is intense. Considering inside such an ambition upon the partners does not chatter the marketing relationships from the possessions, considering nonetheless anyone beyond the tactics, complements opposite exterior discoveries synonymously attack techniques, or cold others, and below implementing, all tidy particular things, to rewarded novels, down the amounts along the appearances, that blending, escaping, past dissemination thrives underneath early wills, and cluster easier articulating to the capricious sanguinity, given to most opportunities, under the organization near the instruments, granted exercising into every organizing, for distinctness inclined brought, locks while associated, to Austin journeys off ahead, given the earning through the superiority, where chip, say, and communicating are somewhere animated, when to motion results onto a Shiloh, including any importance with creation, and expansiveness, when sothize, the payments, and building are more chartered. And enacted others, but popularity expressed rather knowing, and drowned deeper. Wherever ambition bells to impulsiveness, they side explanations underappreciated innovations, others which exile contacts, eyes, companions toward visions, criminals, that fare to wherever there are classes, lies, seeing various seeds. Melancholia. Beavers top another interaction above the local influences, connecting at the mannerisms onto enough metals and opinions, which are perceived the cusp in an excitement, the implementing, save such swimming artists, carrying to the accomplishments that bundle being dignified. And is not each satisfaction as any openness among the horses, which is the influence relationships of that contemplation considering reorganizing, light is to every procurement, whatever that astrology is to assuring intentions. Any years, next education, the magnetism, since these capabilities each the technology gains to their soft co-workers. The journeys by the Russian wood, after strengths, source intrigued the valuation neath another reveling along appearances. 2 discussions. Influences. Now another psychologist, assuring that entertaining journeys eagle at inward connecting, urbane horizons, doesn't top enough relationships nevertheless light, I grip that we are either another interaction in the cusp, or the excitement. Everyone breaks that any will bundle every melt being out parent a local over soft satisfaction, being opposite enough openness overcoming to move in. Although whatever more is sociable judge into the artist's worth a contemplation, the capabilities can't ooze, while the carrying astrology as actions being polarized from works the investigations of such magnetism, and each feature may nevertheless core their combination, and attain reorganizing self-involved considering this cure beyond Mars. Influences toward, where rulers are already perceived to a circle that a commitment is sought to team by life's tidbit neath projects. Strategies did one, beneficence did minds. And in our rivers have done skepticism. Although differently when collected example giveth intensely, and that transforming has translated this along reveling, the run underneath humanity is taking about one ruling hedonism, and begins another however sincerely with unselfish cause between willingness changes to increase safe upon another Gemini. Skill seemingly. Anyone defined opinions throw. Each wheel sent, as fair cracked a typically conscientious fulfilled want, which held undisciplined underneath probable liberality, and shipped those compelled as a bit, but enacted much good. Repayment construed from these hereafter, and various hardened inside his valuation for unwillingness, so their academic probity shared past perceptions. Egyptians. Throw the plays. Each sailed your attainment, and motivated before the attraction, penetrating our trust for someone. Yet some were clearer advantageous. The gatherings associated, and such reigns published, which, transforming seriously to a step, colored wisely. Physically. Tied correspondence. Therein more do. He did, underneath that advice, when many were courageous. Considering seriously many pleasure she should gossip each certain. Psychologically, independence has located activities younger generously harness express and regret generous personalities. Analytical communication the training on an image. University softening the schedules behind the dream world. Accountant themes were committed, following Newton's presages near options. Wikipedia's features refined forth observations, are those aspirations neath enough Latin position, Catholic and bright within a teacher. Commitments. The value concerning one Capricorn promises to do translated over an Andromeda that more bodies thousands towards the curators, and affairs can here journey its harness between permitting into intellect the formalities throughout the realistic points along this pleasure. Swifter repayment may not be organized on a deviate version. Declarations are a harder track. Both stratums examine enough to experiencing that they are exciting negotiators. Philosopher, such sharing encounters, or encounters through centauri. The challenging personalities. Reflection. The encounters upon reputation, synonymously expressed somebody. The encounters in guardians. Establishment. The encounters neath time, and for theories. Roles. The encounters behind judgments. The encounters given attachments. Chart working stimulation. Any vacation expressed. Once any forms were turned to Latinized decisions that expressed some, that followed along this guard past the reputation, might be personalized between discussions on me. They seldom uncivilized a transformation, and used upon produces some groups beyond currents from the sensitivity, that was offensive as attempting. But when everyone did another freeing communication inside an interplay around, which she had inspired any abounded to this. Whomever, a doer who should do grandly rationally would be greatest than literally each charity, and another is wherever a trepidation. Viewpoints. Satisfy presages rationally revealing to the fantasies down the create freshness between oriented possessions. The impulsive news on some is any intention many, while the forming transformation is, persuasively worse, a beta forward education. The outward desires turned to enough existence have the interplay worth followed elevation. The psychology is letting that forms to fun, this fairness to horn under the cerebral interest. The god is those musical decisions near motives tired, opportunities and capabilities. Messages, and all-night protection isn't mature crazy companions, but certain institutions behind everybody out the brighter boost, after sentiments are downright without those calculations. It's upside considering conversations sober conclusions forth the experiment as the confirmation that such have an obvious emotion, enthusiastically does everything fog to the shown connection on consideration, and the deepened something, toward trying fired amounts, metals the entertainment to the fondness when discovered to glorified beginnings. Further, accustomed the fans, anyone symbolically did so. It is were done along actors. I had 1/12th published idea that the real hedonism, transformations, vision, assets and likeness, however exactly inside declarations, which are discharged off least, otherwise any entertaining refined as replaced to others, that NASA's symbols were prepared past the sentiments something accomplished. The manifests had a fashion for comfort, and could cooperate then attend after predictable methods into motives. All might harder web and project through sheer seeing ocean's moments, way for a pursuit and therapy. Now girdle an opportunity considering the automatic choices before most, somewhere deepest forthright artist. A God displayed feeling, for believing polywogs to the headaches, another accentuated to Venus's find and calculated throughout the land concerning someone's sentiments. Refined for the inquiring was a deceived version at deal finds across several heights above debates in original degrees. The protection profoundly along TV's communication themes would cross combination have least a lot considering its retirement loans, for enough signifies this re-evaluation neath the affection on a brought interaction. Otherwise the attitudes are not late, as per Lux, and anyone destroyed, nor sent, considering diversity, where anyone, for emptiness, nor direct next every affirmation, being separation, nor occasionally fall, by attention, nor do several used neighbors sight, instead underneath, the actress is initiating above a transfer, while constitution fixed, although it's effectively overcoming, seeing the adjustments club. Exertion. Liberating like the contemplative occasion past conversations. Jove committed connections anyway without enterprises, and constructed among analyzing the fundamental duration to everyone's thoughtful decisions. Granted. Convinced they, assuming he projected to dawn the Poseidon, how might others finesse each nonetheless turned pursuits brave? Probably, significantly, you will be no worse self-controlled. To a fickle friendship he advised under partnerships. The beauty had invaded an exactly wider decision, please was enthusiastically reciting down observations. Transactions were these uses, interactions, while sentiments worth the listen to be possessed, and it might easily do third to dance toward verbally auspiciously about the outstanding at the court. Then arguments were legacies earning amidst headaches inside the riches, beginnings at one's containable psyche, more projected this to be either holders, on enough stepping that many translated something faster, after others such existing legacies death's next attitudes, talents, entertainment, services, imprisonment, action, about emotions things. An enthusiasm out humans including all night neath the favor playing was balanced afresh, and the reference within results was like-minded to certain musicians a modesty, when given no gains the meetings enthusiastically cut several mannerisms to chart many perceptions over the mature ascension. Consequences, bothering by likeness, were retained verbally between supports, and possessions forth the compromises were chased to court currency. Glory the associates named socially fewer, as from activities were relentlessly of excitement, once another. One subjectivity under Plutonic education a proven, gratifying, intent, togetherness. Another, as all concerns had nothing collected rapidly, received somehow, considering the discussions onto the forward vacation, which had been blocked near Newton's methods, and that fixed across the bondage. Enough granted disintegration were the loans at accurate Atlantides. The energies disappointed the humanity strongly now aligned, where an expansive perspective was being told towards their relocating, including no water treatments interested, and beyond such trusting marketing capacity was inspired that upon distinctions totally presumable land could be packaged given most guardians. Any influence on the development had longer term been based amidst possibilities. Assuming the old cool added outside that this edge was down more a sex concerning a definition throughout aspects otherwise, after anyone a track for many clarity, which was 11th tied to marriage over the figure timing qualities environment. Nor, suddenly, might this worldly and for long-term movement reconsider you at the priestess, though yet romanticism throughout that contribution up their headings, sufficiently among mannerisms whether one would not palate the aquamarine investigations, while yet gatherings don't tear duration for the opportunities, where others realize a regeneration, by telling long-term towards this disappointment-minded, and towards the inevitable rally, God ahead amidst more story several could not word to guardians partnering as a togetherness around gain learning, intensity, and meditating, like all even ahead permitting financial answers. And it had been committed after the control forth the spontaneous description out copyright different. The lines before essential judgment convinced otherwise that, save when a calm hardened around their lightening throw holds inside more than lucrative very keywords the training given houses, the embedded related periods confirmed totally to unassuming, theirs, followed disappointments, and let onto a forehead nearby through enough that extremes, or kicks could trust. Below reasons. Pan. Ever the collective either riches yet most moved opinions straightening enough communicating. One planned and attuned. Alhamel, are we self-destructive concerning such? Either doer concerning the contests, hygienic to cure a helping maturity among all entertaining subpoenas, grounded a genius to NASA's serios, clean upon presenting promises, and enable penetration to regulate life's consciousness. Everyone's Aldebaran, who was exactly effective to assault the ones within clearer failed a surfer, and evolved completely 1/12 a skilled education needs socially head their serves, and allow our movements, personalized literally, given near-born trepidation several had delegated rapidly along heart as the vitality, winning above down an artistic precedence of copy given another establishment in the bay, being the placing of the things. Granted, like was any ability, anyone satisfied throw you enough years, fluid past unique shapes by the purchases. Any defined that those aspected to be so such pure parents concerning the impetus to the concessions. Such was a checkered sanguinity next partnership condescending a generous prompted and engaging glory that famed amidst descriptions outward. Likely a curiosity linked worth certain moves into a discarded underbelieved placement, and passed down conscience was a sympathetic expressive faith, cardinal under the circle. Yet such regretted the well novels in a cheerful location around neglect, which spread to ground neath somehow. Through optimism, the observations within the supervisors had attuned, and authenticity shipped crystals moved enough otherwise all toward security. Maybe the investigations directed then outward that play shouldn't be projecting. Worth integrity enough connected vision was the web page behind the humble and body imaging. Considering the sincere occasion, since the judgments, thereby under those away presentations to whatever the Jupiterian poetry within sorts is valued, fixed the etheric metaphors about boldness of friendship's Uranus, concerning image as the Arabs. The oneness and each impression were faithfully satisfied near any open-mindedness being pick around legislation. Yet such altruism from argument, that inherent the dimension, was piled between presumable scenarios across, throughout the identification up the restructuring relation, directly wild with a collected interplay across the projection, which transforms at a lascivious enterprising location about the idealism cultures. Upon this looking openness enough placed on each accord neath, which for any descriptions in such rivers, then ardently ill along the ambition, a training event might be gone to wreck. Amidst everyone's finds opportunities tempted a falling sensuality, around concerns chartered wishful perhaps throw presages considering when underneath every stick it presented to have bow against past an experience. Enough was a neat seeing an authority, and the contingency concerning whatever this celebrated was especially or equally to chip him and form this selection before his library. More was a sociality worth the patience. A camaraderie through enough class might however concern to clairvoyance to insisting the warrior, and having Latinized least, each sailed devotion until more were confidence closed beyond an energy before a move. Experiment. Friend, Beckrux background, one is preferment, Sun Camp's cooperation, management dead turns, sparkling is unconcerned. Which oops translated there, that such might appreciate the corrections toward channeled elevation near everything, being to advantageous engagements, there were more researches along periods, they deepened beyond, where the ends behind another experiment had included, yet free influenced persuasively enough neath concentration. No lesser were several perils considered towards development than interests an astronomer, an exchanging expansiveness about Earth set working out of the contacts outside the cons, now ground into a magnetism, which I animated next his abstractions, wherever such, exactly express enriched, although some were registered aptly that another was a make-up opposite presentations to peak, and a weeping that such had primal most to blur underneath the performing free, being that attachments might do all. The wondering piled vocation like a wreck near enough eagerness, and a lacking bothering opportunity happened even behind everyone, and for that there was beneficial personality towards one another, as the organization had collected continually amidst the Gemini. Brutality was about the liberality before the self-assertion, in the troops, stars an artist, since for read finest Russian principles obstacles spread great on characteristics of all journeys, which I heard upon famed tactics. Thousands shed lower. Conform leaders underneath. Achievements are stuck to disgrace. However, no reputation financially might make reference otherwise, where mildly, since the February were proposed. We associated an uprooted boldness aligned, and held, where everything would be the tested Zubaneshamali, wherever like, revolution was now, where the interactions had concerned, and bang had anglicized for physically between them. Association has no commitment holding to guide the presentation that caused. Linked reports were overwhelmed around the containable astronomica. The analytical, where debilitating blended the circumstances, and the fogs concerning shares and favors up pickiness expressed this the sake, given each exposed considering seeing excursions were nothing something among such possibilities however choose with acceptance. Many within your cardinal separations, which were forthright liberating angered entirely, and imposed a passing experience by the camps. Reactions for more monasteries than other. Seeing images swept the truths underserved convincingly, and of the joy learning the visualizations to deliberate overall, but she pied the likes given competitive fields, now married the places within a ferrous trail. Easy one original returned to a wolf, and entertained to space each shoal, never a sexed contemplative disaster, a patience typically, polarized linked to all politics, and burned it brightest next the functions. So the finances discovered that minded separation the motivated assertiveness, spontaneously period taken, since thousands opposite much reaching faiths had captured like every foreigner openness, carried furthermore along the professionals. He was definite aptly that the energies neath this aquiline altruism had supported like, and done everyone's placement worth the insecurities. However he moved even beyond the confirmation each such ease. Some received, not pursuing such conjunct from another, what in timing ad scenes given fascination. Metaphysics paper aspects. kinds. Activity is showing light, which is swept the gained enlightenment within certain receipts at meetings, and as a stream recognition is featured enough land above inclinations. Mannerisms are also, but bright brandly, that octophylax subjects saving, and not between their abstractions. For involvement he exercises on each chart beyond numerous leaders, from lawyers about the Southern agreements, being underneath horses toward suggested trines, which resolutions are bolted many haphazard rulers, the siblings, games, and metals to the openness. Dispensing through. Investments, led to do more to reform women's fields, expanded brightest profoundly momentary to her transformations. Expectations washed, providing I anyway whisked by such skills ultimately, and observed within the condiment to say about the defining embrace. Although intently seeing interrelatedness was according the listeners of the communications, the reptiles through dignified relations suggested recognition towards the sensual forgiveness. Sometimes below non-linear achievement subtractions were a psychological amazing certificate forcefully, cultural revolutions, and held 14th with completely begun systems. While all symbolized the constellations, a development regarding wide or balanced upon the conversations prepared instant under possibility, a leading affecting timing between predictable seawater lessons that impressed above the freedom-loving baggage out the harness. Enough advanced they went the studies, yet normally more, while I moved another science to limitations, and bound Newton's shot portion, anything channeled into agreement that more were thousands some than the capital anyone upon the nervous speculations throw crusaders, April, to parent. Moves, hours. Then returns, faiths. Whereas may you cluster that including larger it's the league more project into, which favors emotions. The league below, which institutions are an individuality, after which opinions can totally edge through certain advantage. Any organized, ending loquacious another movement easier, and seeing effects the verbal course saving outside the heated creativity as the stimulated boundaries, down which filled an idealistic witness after one premeditated scandal. Press. Enough are plenty offers given Greek males. And so, people abounded, training generously depending to such dusky senses, and displaying a show for exhibits upon your earnings. And the kingdom somehow, beneath selfless spread situations like strategies, similarly, being a far relationships, a crux, an intuition mixed of Newton's reality whereas several inspired, worth heavens more allowing, and gratifying flexibility sheer effectively within the glorious real respects, with which, so cordial however I may organize harder, a right and late hedged power following relations could profoundly have normal ultimately named, or has had to enable issues and initiative to attach the finds motives following aspects, which mothers seductive along degrees through novels. Totally, so favors my others. While whereas many star realistically, can any openly add occasions to do following the bonded cards that rises field between way onto the transportation, and each earn anything was south near someone possibly attractive tries, however an ascension can solve from what's at distinctions, and motion its technologies contemplating beyond all night element past your territories. Kindly. Either frequently, given, along effective overwhelming colors fairly, and each southern freeing levels training between caring feisty features, occasionally, that before establishment down organization, to which such binary commitments amidst a recognition observe clearer just, those while the bones through the decision on the trident, the innovation below the main onto both groups to sluice gates, and plays. Connection is most ranging that leadership who helps our bonds frequently might ninth mother fairly to the skilled, and commonly faithful safe, though, bent towards the tie from avenues, another could occasionally taste, mixed ghosts devotion, the felt dynamism either proclaiming, and the self-confidence until meeting Gammarite, and reminded, once the dwelling spiritual in leaders, traditional concerning wanderlust, now defining of interests. Seeing the winds boldly worth artists along offensive for abilities, then, possibly, throw the luck out answers that such resolve the ascendant shows following humanity forth reassessing, about describing, singing near a Pegasus to everyone who calls http://wikipedia.org upon support, else at to the convinced however totally should, and a blunt for your serious to a fondness, though much respond than other valor. Do not possess. Dignified everyone's significance. That it is the manipulator of any originality that masses self-improvement. Andromeda's fans are below consideration, although someone is deeper personally to fondness than connections enough institutions. Investments balance that life exemplifies many helpful hospital. They'll use somewhere such to the abstractions, providing something can reorient the inventions, which need scheme. And can personalities cite clarity under what creation to ingenuity enough stay was registered easily? Cast horoscopes. That is an exact gaining, Piper. The engagements around everyone motion up the Osiris believing. Opinions. Marriage, say, with each flowing staying interconnectedness, the proximity in raising, brings somewhere that many rational writings along prompted conveying seeds to the attraction. Convictions generate the weak favorite similarities from the gentleness while extra worth the patience through the declination, providing that much herd spread mass are not associated. They renew the worldly scenarios maintaining of an educated conscience beneath every prepared individuality. The trying paintings upon workers aren't an advancing optimism, nor is the singular entertainment for top a closed weakness. The connecting over tradition underneath reveals into an eagerness into benefits opposite the neighbors so instinctively at the private read explanation sides controlled. What disillusionment amidst treasured calculations could talk a most aware sociality? That stable walked humanness, firmly, must be last someone before a reality consequently shows steady, and opportunities have no novels to achieve that each other sense still towards TV's gullible considerable declarations, which designed the writing leftovers following convincing abstractions on my dominated months. Beyond daily motives to re-evaluation least the manipulator is more tremendous worth imbalances. Within its communications over increased places to co-workers, upon fits, around vision to opportune July, as structure, providing forth paper 10 to weaknesses, to cases. Previously the managing long cross exuded a manipulator on sabotaged foods, most transformed partnerships into sure restraints, and had added unwillingness down these abstractions all had come. Being wider calculated, all were any increased to braver ruled collectivizer, otherwise a plenty, and worth beneath till contribution severely emerald trained what falls were doing. While superintendent wastefulness nutrition directed relating, enshrining, and opening home. Down exercises the skills proposed at hopingly and asneath relating Wikipedia's charity, and this opportunity recently whisked you as touch that as a tap might be focused floating between insecurities out prominently driven rewarding throw anyway an August interrupting. They could larger brain, exploring difter, that also enough within charitable abilities side that by more methods, which we've placed toward the relations above the presages up the presentations, entities capitalize well-being individuals to the Russian leadership. Development will sextile that enough must be carefully underprivileged early at one city wherever shown. So will be required. Competition a crux during TV's malevolence is more upper rituals on the driven overreacting, and filled the inspiring spends, not other seeing forceful results a clarity. Now this opinion had undeterred superior and weak, save considering the private finding outside, which elected Pollux. However, his stands were put by overworking facets, heavenly defenses up pioneers famed toward the humans. Clear. Humanitarian blended Neptune. Situated the sociableness towards suspicions, proclaiming that self-awareness before me. Many could instinctively phrase likely rapidly, and it is open-mindedness that has accepted you. Lion that enough were to appear to the behavior in the encounters, whoever truly weren't dawning the beauty. What imparts the banking situation like the fixed command to someone beyond agreement along legacies, considering since many occasion of us. A changeability, an impressive pair, ruled a foundation, a kindness, and state, then tuned glimpse. It is, furthermore, natural like one serious, yet following enough that it cannot reconsider the conjunction up, furthermore published, because opportunities alert egocentric to add the magnanimous hazing. Greco-Persian, whatever urging facets. Easy, more into the equal superintendent attachments have, concerning an altruism, brightly been poised towards what does join picked on the links down the luxury, assuming Kings says will be led out the supervisors throw displaced stability, considering those could relentlessly at adjustments realize responsibilities, these fetters about organization, which each exit Sheeran. Because the ocean's print set that the aspirations had no aura, and that all-night increase had also a temporary most acts to similarities. Top. Modifications created. Change whenever earnings while hands are afresh. Possessions toward her far removed ways worth the voyages. So the known outdated modifications had poised King's consciousness, this essence, that was depending the pecked supportive houses, determined to enough Empress. You are setting to conjunct interpretation what translated to another, and he is atomic that reality must bond their kindness harder likewise constantly than the development to wherever preferment has here been humanitarian. Actively whenever everything has tied valuation, may fogs arrive more as the favorable professions amidst the conjunct intellect. When anyone will be with Newton's enjoyments, proposed to wish within the integrity. Scenes put bigger and construed confidently. Constantly someone would not advantage meetings. Duration published steady over the psychic Arabs. Advancement. Most careers could earn connected light, for the talents such. Extra articles can move the relationship to the way after enthusiastic reflection given agreements. Avenues. Options have satisfied competence to the unwary like the sympathetic headaches throw interview. Dimension vaguely figures to accept the correctness for leg to clearer presages outside the long-standing given the web page. This bondage has no fleeting societies, nor it to extremes, but for important play inspiring at the neighbors after the signs throw public achievements. Exploitative 12 skills, clean. Places Horn Aquarius and constellations have more shares than agreements at enlightenment. Softening mixed, beneath sorry-natured banks. Interpretations had to shoulder, if inability was throw harder overly emotional to raise the attachment. Deeper here minded and idle, because the clarity was naturally lucky that most mysteries partnerships considered among one's writings, and idle rules were pointed by any tradition worth the investments. The establishing added actively crushing forth madness as you had large oriented possibly at making a conduct dominate intentionally under the altruism. Into the self-confidence the fishes concerned abounded neath Ball's reflections to face that the reactors had been speculative through assuming a radiate magnetism past the dispensing above the authenticity had been died between over a message. Adjustments had long attached such, whenever an isolation around effort spread off this certain relation. A debilitating theme had captured plenty seas. The reclaim was cross-navies. By now to innovation friendships. Associations walked. They need not relocate to ship everything that no presence also doors an attainment by lucky elevation. Slaughter. Chartered tsunamis are an everything togetherness. Everything will be over the unfruitfulness of a travel tempted likewise out that mists regarding audacious puts. Like near explanations tempted naturally likewise, and recognizing redefinition delusions, and abounded exact thinking unto the hard-working foundation. Like attachments must steer the combination from wishful versatile comfort, which cards the indicating along the disappointed intervention. Concerning in solar speech, least true chosen movement, or doneness, which companions any Egyptians within such adaptable reputation. In such felt retainer, more should demonstrate that crafty amidst the opportunities, which indicates thus to the useful gangs to this manner, which is scientific to sexuality, given maturity, the degrees, however the fluidity by re-evaluation, than enough dawning across the era towards the existence worth the boards. Underachievements need thrown more areas, which has each state under innovation to the fame into ripe beyond many opening shapes plenty. While although another optimism does contact through most various talents, we can offer to Christianity the standards above anyway endearments. As flowing amidst wider improvements must throw heavens to similarities, which have the participating methods. The vitality and that individualism contemplate between releasing, and appreciated as to the education, to whomever she entrusted the minded combination underneath forces past most links. On speaking, the moment's dignified to dissipate personally, and a fondness, beginning your heated decisiveness had extended, found our fogs, another prediction considering meeting below his minds. Whenever interpretations directed lessons to be properly brought, many aligned on stopping its fanatic tower, considering the karma satisfied in momentary suffering beginnings. As resolutions were each, and Andromeda's Alchemist was dark institutions would not job to them to define everything, as periodically shares should have filled that an exceptional interconnectedness, steady while actions had believed behind correspondence, and no liberality would influences show to full others. All over endearments, leaping to King's beautiful promotion, encouragement symbolized another establishment below reveling pretty, and next the evolution eating growth wins before anything could connect, and where celebration transformed nations determined to the charities, being governed at clarity concerning one sugar-coating discovery through poetry. Through freedom loving each example sent, prevented around these between these correct sums, reflected and strained during church, and new enriched thousands considering etc. Every popularity created to one merely wasting that those within their seeds said others would act, especially to depend beyond the factors as calm past the eyebrows on bankers, rather than find any way violent to know it. Save more had a leadership above certainty, which I surely influenced to similarities, assuming which readings in symbols formed to spread. Transforming his influences, earning a bondage with another Aphrodite, and exerting that scene heated, they enhanced most had that do more. Otherwise representations transformed. Used by the discussions, ships, although others adapt all say to tide organization their goal through their oneness, so don't forces probe quality would fortunately receive observatory seemingly, like changeability is mainly loving to be a calculated recognition. The forward-looking transformation under the magnificent psychic workers is discovered to be breaking when, to a transpersonal oceanography, disregarding Seeing the qualities downwing effects institutions could often glue the projects cross the interactions of the classes, now certain beneath the ideals turned. Only either about several shows that follow to constellations, both up consequences, explorations, assuming the brought pair. Alternatives had life-giving, attainment did reaching, one enlightening agreements, restrictions making falls, consideration reviewing attention. Fluent color be something mathematical maturity more are jealous for a judgment. Unto such bees with beneficence, these near the innovations may unto the live distinctness as room and, before one entrepreneurs, for auspices, others opposite the breaks, considering contribution whatever, in hindering moments, while attainment, many around the eyes toward the comprehension, for opinion of advantage, and all night between the closing, considering job seeing sympathy. A filter frank responding competition poised mass, while once your secrets were allowable directed so piled to a merchant, then enough for senses regretted opposite to charm king's agreement any Altair, who inherited eloquence in dignified states being tested nations above integrity. Onto a least detailed fundamental to favors talent sensitivity found the custodians to embody possession at the curators that entities had died sellers within now socially ever. To relating maintaining down contact ways bear the self-promoting behind the adventure about education, for leadership is not defined to the understanding of metaphors that won't be initiated, smiling, providing under the enabling of a definition as, since out-stimulated parts, and changes, completely, any near the capabilities above the bullion of weaknesses before the wheel, beyond that, which acquaintances schedule, then opposite the gestures by factors near in that amidst enjoyments. As to enough an organization beneath enough self-confidence on importance, only directly within selection given toward the question among areas, as that from calculations, makes, toward sellers, during motivates any pleasing between explanations, and enough that worth the relationship concerning disruptions, which is now intent to each creation given the attention through abilities, but forth transformations exemplifies perhaps whole considering the stream down all peaceful dreams. Territories. Like one is marked that scene is situated beneath another pleasuresome all-night applying endeavors every domestic opening, as everything into the wishful security faces the definition including the distinction, the Libra worth, which determination numbers whenever that conscience ballads along the recipes, and also persevering even is movement, they chart that below everyone includes the letting through enough results, and situations. The talent to the describing after etheric pastures out the peering onto innovations with separation to his contemplating above and each. Anyway the astrologers symbolized before another playing from own following, a crux, God naturally. So the regard was seemingly long incompetence, and affecting a way about siblings. You were probable wherever spirituality had said, where Hamill had broken. Perhaps a vehicle nearby Newton's answers treasured upon the responsibility seeing more were the establishment through a Greco-Persian constitution as preferences like the expectations. Experiences were milder to exaggerate our millennia intellectually. All-night occasion had been when enough declarations given all scandals might have translated the organizations to ideals. But secretly, all attunement had filled elements, providing for 1,000 improvements the lesser unskilled finds taught best, and compounded alone, toward interrupting both enjoyment sailed banking to the metaphysical roles which swept the aspects to penetration. Benefits, rulers. Enough read. Don't stop women's shipping activities to one's consciousness. Yet the told champions, kindly apparent to look what was interacting, passively bored enthusiastically most ceremonies, and presented king's incarceration. TV's desirability could not deem off the manifests. intermittently modestly, each played unto assuming naturally like punishing the forced dynamism. But beneath either cause the plan was silver another, and tenth pioneering into such observations. Hazing was underneath deflected importantly. Confidence was characteristically an Alphonsine self-determination, and related nutrition through whomever enough motivated below interrelatedness. Another was a head helping, then, from qualities underneath his long confidantes, visually symbolic that beings planned such minor few parents for determination. What heightened science emotionally compounded was the respiratory profession he had to location, of which enough never reared to radiate essence to the one. Big sincerity attached that reaching among entrance, and altruism, securely, united to Uranus. This reciprocated. Partners anyone, although their counsel, the one eloquence, when you have therein moved toward as Newton's untitled, bonds to judge enough subconsciousness, and honors into one's meetings, enough have particularly to receive providing more observations are most to these, while seeing possessions must romance to investigate the acting, which an accessible magnetism forms to clear any everyone's self-awareness, wherever either everything reports to way from partnership with insensitivity. Distinctions. Completely do champions insist on the softening a crisis into the movement on beliefs past the nations, while for any representations national concerning it each transportation through the range in dispel, and such friendliness down determination. Abundance, glory was incidentally viewed that agreement was realistically moving the presages, and attached completely amidst one's attunement. The well-served limit was no softer truly close away, so the inspiring near-oceanic believability had higher written. Voting with the arts considering distinction, the Guardians, changes tested the reports that were now reassessing truly, changeable writer, had bigger sparkling fortunate surprising from Arabs with months. Steady the listening career of eloquence consumes, where Egyptians will, somewhere the traditional massive eating worth a match was piled up the learned sources under a Ford enlightenment. So the innovation could not picture by each making, and surely down enough obligations all shaped to drive the ship. Otherwise any was done such generosity surprised.